Hello and welcome back to NECC. I am Lightrose and joining me is Joe, and tonight we've got the Navigators Division, Champlain College versus Catawba. This is a little bit of a mouthful. And these two teams are looking to probably get a better head start than what they previously had in the past couple weeks.
Yeah, the two big C's, and believe we have map bands ready to go. Take a look at where we are going for today, and I mean, I'm kind of excited. I love casting Chalet personally, but pretty default maps. Kind of interesting that Bank and Border were left up really late, but, you know, start off with Cafe. Gotta love that.
Yeah, Cafe is definitely a pretty vertical, heavy map. We've seen a little bit of it recently. It's kind of fallen into the lower echelons of the map picks. I think maps like potentially Bank and even Skyscraper have seen a little bit. Yeah, Skyscraper, even though it doesn't get as played as much as I think it should, it is really enjoyable to see teams duke it out. But fortunately, Theme Park is not where we're going to be headed. Sky is not going to be where we're headed. It is Cafe, and we are zooming straight into this one.
Yeah, and I'm pretty interested to see how the bands go, just because Cafe is kind of a map where you can kind of see teams really do different things, kind of have different play styles if they'd like, and the map bands definitely have a lot to do with that, and Jackal is one of them. So you're going to see Catawba probably throw together a little bit of a roam, specifically on that basement site, or excuse me, first floor. There's no basement on Cafe. Bear with me on that one. But, I mean, pretty standard for the most part. Dokkaebi as well. Yeah, this roam clear. These roams are going to be tough. These roams are going to be great.
And Dokkaebi also, I mean, if you get caught out on the roam, you have the ability to hack those cameras as Dokkaebi, which sometimes can be a make or break ability in a round, especially if like Valkyrie isn't banned, if Maestro is on the board. And speaking of Valkyrie, she could make it through, depending on what Catawba want to take out. Either that Mira or that Valkyrie, both are pretty strong on Cafe. That Dokkaebi ban could get a lot bigger, but Caveira is gonna be that final ban, leaving, honestly, Joe, 3 powerhouses on the board: Kaid, Mira, Valkyrie.
Do not ever forget about Solus again. Who was
okay? I guess
up in the game.
True. Solus is part of that core. She's
especially
just
on a map
a lot
like
newer.
That's so vertical. Having her on the board, a cav. Sorry, I'm at a loss for words at the moment. A cav ban.
Yeah,
that's crazy. Now I'm really interested because I feel like there had to be a reason for that.
I mean, the only thing you could think of is that sometimes with Caveira, teams aren't able to, especially maybe in like the lower division, like we're in the Navigators division, the communication might not be as pristine, and the Caveira is just constantly able to sneak around and be a nuisance. So sometimes I guess that's what the bans are for. You just want to make your life easier, not have to deal something. But I mean, maybe Catawba knows something that we don't.
Yeah, well, I mean, if it's something that they've seen, they scrim, it hurts themselves, something that they've had previously struggles with, like you mentioned, it's definitely a good ban. Obviously, we don't have that kind of information. Maybe it was a counter ban. We don't know. But at the end of the day, it is off the board, and looks like they're very late to set up here. They still have 3 reinforcements left, just getting them done, and kind of a default setup for the most part. Double reinforcing off bathroom, which is not something we typically see that often anymore. And they do have just a Wamai for that shield on Pixel, and a Rook has come out, which is interesting as well.
I think the good news about Cafe is that even though you're a little late on reinforcements, that's not really going to hurt you too much, because a lot of attacking teams, they still got to go up to the roof. They still got to rappel on the windows like Jupiter is. And now, well, Champlain, they are taking their time fragging from underneath. Potentially could be a reason why they are in Fireplace. Going up White Stairs, I think that frag grenade might have hit Glowstoner. I think they are trying to frag underneath. That's my guess.
Are they trying to frag a hardcore? Well, That's okay. It doesn't matter that much. Going for maybe a little bit of a cocktail take. No mining control at the moment. They have it now, and they're going to have to try and work their way inside of reading to try and get some vertical pressure on that cocktail part of the map. And I think what it looks like is they're just going to walk up red stairs and white stairs right now. They're just going to double up on the staircases. You have one going all the way up, the peaks going in, damage done on that Osa, and the Wamai now forced to back off. No impacts to really do anything with that shield on the top of red stairs, and Champlain at the minute, they don't have much control of anything right now, but the NECC right now has free reign on that white stairs. They're going to know about it, and that smoke is, I don't know where. Well, interesting. A lot going on here, White Rose. A lot going on here.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, but Catawba, they do lose that Wamai. They don't have a little less control inside of Cigar Show, but it's not all hopeless. They've been able to push the players off of the white stairs, but overall map control is still in their pocket, but may not be for much longer. Darkness is going to have to do a lot just holding behind this little half wall, but they don't get anything done. It's Jupiter for 3.
No bathroom rotate here either, so it's going to be allowing themselves a little bit. A nice little angle from the rook here should be good for a free kill. Does not get the confirm, and he's taking all the damage from that bathroom hole now. C4 goes in. Big kill on the Osa, and maybe a 2v4, but there's only 10 seconds left on the clock. That B1 angle is not open. The rook not able to do anything. Case is going to go down. Both players on Catawba down to 1 HP. It's going to make this really tough. One player has hit the deck as well. This Cade might be able to get the damage done if he peeks it correctly. Just watch him. Get up. Stand up. Shoot the NECC, please. And the NECC does get out. The player picked up as well. 20 seconds left. Time ticking down. Not much really able to be done for Catawba. Not aiming down either. Champlain looking like they have complete control of this first round.
Yeah, and as we get past the official part, 7 seconds, it doesn't even matter if Wet Socks is able to self-revive with that armor pack. It is Champlain. They are going to swing onto that first round, and a lot of times it was just because they were getting that opening kill, able to easily take map control, and sometimes that defensive utility probably could have been placed better. Some of the smokes, maybe a C4 here and there, and there's definitely like some overall strategy things, like you mentioned reinforcing both walls of bathrooms so you cannot hold in there. That is also something, but as we head back to third floor, maybe Catawba will make some changes that I mentioned right there.
Yeah, and I don't really see the vision from their defense. I mean, I'm pretty sure if I saw that correctly at the end of the round, they reinforced both stacks walls to freezer. So I'm not really a big fan of that. You shouldn't even really be reinforcing one of them, let alone both. And B1 not being open from them, once again, it won't be unless they end up shotgunning it open a little bit. But, you know, you kind of need impacts or at least an Oryx to try and get that B1 open. You can kind of see from there, because that's a free plant going down, and yes, it is getting shotgunned open this time. But for anybody who has had that smoke shotgun in their hands and have tried to open up that B1, you know how much of a struggle that is. So it's much easier to just have an Oryx or maybe some impacts, and they do bring the Jaeger instead of a Wamai this time, which I am a little bit of a fan of, actually, just because it allows, you know, that nade from white to not really come in. Maybe if they had a nade on that white hall window as well, it kind of just, you know, allows a little bit more stability where you don't really need to just deny utility from a specific spot. It can be from anywhere. So a little bit better of a hold so far.
Pretty similar play from Champlain so far. You've got the Osa shield in the window. You've got they're hopping into fireplace. It's almost like an exact mirror of what it was before. I think that the defense play, where these roamers are, especially somebody like Darkness, hiding and reading, maybe they'll actually have some sort of impact instead of just dying on the site early on.
Yeah, and the drone work going in towards mining side. You just got to make sure that nobody goes in ahead of that drone and reading, and no one is. But the Aruni looking the wrong direction, able to find that first kill. The drone not into reading quite yet. So a free pick for that Aruni onto the Iana, which is a huge pick utility-wise so early on into this round.
We're going to see Ordinary Joe just activate that Hell Scanner and try to move forward. Get rid of that roamer as Champlain is just spreading themselves around, moving up the red stairs like they did in that first round, and just ignore darkness. Set those air jabs around so they can't actually activate that flank like they really did, which means that Champlain, they can focus on where that actually matters, the actual site execution.
Yeah, and they're just going to leave this Aruni downstairs. I mean, I'm not really sure why they wanted to push it that much anyways. Nobody on Windows either, so Maverick is just going to be able to play inside of Piano with kind of complete freedom. He has nothing to worry about, no other angles to worry about. That ticket wall is going to get opened as well, but like I said, Windows are not open. He can kind of just do whatever he wants, and as I say that, the Aruni flanking through mining.
I think the air jab placement might not have been the best, as it's 3 for darkness and can continue up the red stairs. The air jab sends them flying through the wall, as now Eon Shen has to focus on the actual flank instead of the site, which means Jupiter has to kill potentially 3 players here. There's some time for them to work with, but Wet Socks with the 44 Magnum. It kicks hard, but sometimes all you need is that one shot. There's one real good push here coming out from Champlain, and there's so many smoke canisters in the pocket of Mr. Useless, but it just doesn't matter to Champlain. The C4 might, and as time ticks down, Eon does not have the diffuser. It's Catawba. They get the second round, a much better bar defense, and a lot of that comes down to that one roamer, Darkness.
You know, last time I said I didn't see the vision from the defense. This time I didn't see the vision from the attack at all. I mean, nobody on stage windows. They're working from downstairs to get up red stairs. They're not opening any hatches. They're not doing any kind of, you know, they're not opening the piano wall. Nobody's on skylight. They're not really doing much of anything on a normal piano take. So, I mean, they're going to have to figure that out a little bit more if they're going to want to really have more of an advantage in these rounds, because, you know, that first round, Catawba gave them a couple of picks, gave them the control, but this time they played a lot more passive and made Champlain do the work, and they kind of just ran right into them. They stalled out. They didn't really do well with their utility, and that led to a defensive round win. And in my opinion, Catawba should just continue to do that. Continue to play around your utility. Continue to play closer to each other. Continue to make Champlain do all of the heavy lifting, because clearly, from what we're seeing right now, it looks like they're overthinking everything. And if you're overthinking everything, it's going to result in wasting a lot of time and subsequently round losses.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Now we head over to Kitchen, and looking at this utility lineup, like the first thing that comes to mind is the Frost, which on this site is, you could probably bring worse operators, but I'm just wondering, how would her rework that was in the year 8 reveal kind of affect it? Did you see that?
Yes, I'm not a big fan. I don't really
You're
understand
not a big
it. I mean, I don't really get it. I don't know why Frost needed a rework when you have Grim that exists.
Yeah, I mean, Frost, I think her 1.5 on that 9mm can be pretty deadly in the right hands, as Darkness does spot the arm, but just cannot fire in time. So the onslaught is stopped for now, as Jupiter, who's also going on a little frag streak of their own right now, 4-2 in these first 3 rounds, they're going to be able to go to that second floor and put down the cluster charges that can have a huge impact on this round. Look at that, there's Useless.
Yeah. I mean, they have the vertical control. Oh, you saw someone flanking. I see the flank. I see the vision. The play is being made. already 190, and all of these players who are on site right now, I mean, it's great and all, but there's nothing to get that Cade off the wall. And Levers, I just want to make a point right here. Thatcher is on the board, and there's a Cade.
I think that is a good point to make, because now, if you're struggling to get this wall open, which it seems like Champlain is having a little bit of struggle. Like, they've entered Bakery. You've had, like, Jupiter go all alone towards Train. Champlain are kind of, like, looking at prep and just wondering, like, what can we do here? And there's not really much a lot they can do. They have Flores and Lion. Nothing. They've used the impact EMPs. They're going to use some utilities in their pocket, but it's not going to amount to anything. It's 4v1. Glowstone is going to peek towards Small Bakery, of which Maverick is waiting right there. So Catawba, I mean, it wasn't really them. It feels like it's just Champlain, like, not having a good idea of what they want to do on attack.
Yeah, and I thought it was really funny. I saw Flores with Claymores as well instead of flashes for that burn. But like I said, the plan doesn't seem very clear. They kind of seem like there's a little confusion at times. I mean, there was a player just sitting in the middle of Small Bakery before they even get the wall open. So, Catawba, well done. They've adjusted. They've made the adjustments they needed to. Champlain, they're making Champlain make the mistakes, and they, plain and simple, they've been making the mistakes. I mean, you noted as well, they couldn't even get the wall open, and they are taking full advantage of having that Cade on the board. And if they don't bring a Thatcher and they can't get a wall open, I mean, this site isn't really necessarily a problem with that, but upstairs, downstairs, they can't get a wall open because there's a Cade up. Did they just double reinforce white?
Attackers have discovered the location of
Let
a
them
bomb.
cook.
Sorry,
gotta
my
let 'em
bad.
cook.
No, you're right.
Gotta let them cook.
You're right. That's on me.
I think a lot of times I think it comes down to individual plays. Like, a lot of times, round one, Champlain had Jupiter walk on to the scene, find 3 kills without a real response from Catawba. Round two, it was Darkness who had that. And then the third round, it was Maverick who had kills. So no matter what team has taken it so far, there's always been just one player who's kind of been that superstar that has really dictated the round. And I think that's what it's going to come down to. I don't think it's going to come down to utility strategy. I just think it's really going to be an individual frag fest. Whoever is able to perform the best and the most consistent is going to win. Does Darkness live here?
Well, I didn't peek
For
it.
now, they will, but wow, that was a free kill waiting around the corner.
Couldn't pick up his drone. I thought that was quite silly. That's okay. Oh my god, the fuse is in. He's fighting his demons. Look at him. He's got the gun. He's got his pistol out. He's firing at everyone. And they have the control. There's only one player from Catawba that's up here. Fuse already goes down, and because of this take that they did, the Frost really making the smart play, can kind of wrap around Piano's side, and not able to do that as the knock kills him from I don't know where, but that's okay.
Yeah, I was literally like wondering, like, how did Darkness get killed? Where did the Nook come from? It's literally like an assassin in the dark. But will we see another contender of Eon rise forth, as there's a lot of HP has been taken from Catawba? Wet Socks goes down, and with so much time on the board for Champlain to really work with, you would expect that they could eventually take this round. But Mr. McUseless, maybe not so useless, as he walks up the white stairs, spots the Nomad, but now has given away their position with a little bit of a whiff there onto the Nomad. Joe survives barely. I know that you might have the same namesake, but hopefully you want to stay alive as you see more Champlain members just find kills left and right. And like I was saying, it's always just a little bit of a frag fest between the two teams.
Not a single C4 was used from that Cade. the vert was getting done, and he didn't even go for the pick, and that is one that they so direly needed. But Maverick, who's been doing so well for them so far, does damage onto the second player, but not able to do much more. Now McUseless is kind of on his own right here, almost hits the shot, but the clutch will not come in. Champlain, a little bit of a comeback round, a bounce back that they so much needed.
I wonder if we will see like a defensive sided whole match, because a lot of times when you do have, say, lower skill tier games, defense usually is the one to kind of dominate because it requires a lot less coordination and synergy. As the attack, you need to time things up, make sure you have an actual plan going throughout. When you're in the defense, you can just kind of A, stay in the site, or B, send a couple of people all around. That's very basic, but it is still enough to disrupt your opponent who doesn't really have a lot of connectivity with each other. And I think that's maybe what we'll see as Champlain, if they can get potentially one more. Maybe they hop with the defense and then start to dominate, but that's my little theory.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're definitely right on that. A 2-2 scoreline at the moment isn't exactly great for Catawba. I mean, Champlain really have an opportunity here to really grab a huge advantage going into their defenses. And I believe, was this their map pick? I believe it was, right?
I will check. I will check for you now.
You're so good to me. But I mean, a little bit different of a setup. You have that reinforcement, which I really do like on that white stairs. It allows you to play on that white stairs. You know, to really help out the roam downstairs, even though I don't think anyone's really roaming downstairs. But if Champlain do something similar to what they've been doing, which, by the way, is just going through dining window, I mean, I think that play is kind of known by this point. It looks like the adjustment is kind of being made. They know a player's bottom white right now. Darkness, he's on the move. He's on the scene. Gets the first kill onto the Capital, who is downstairs for some reason.
So this is Catawba's pick.
Catawba's pick. That's interesting.
It is. Yes, it is.
Oh my God, someone was on the windows. Did you see that? They got a kill on the window.
Oh, the windows. We are gonna see less Windows Simulator with another map, Concealed, that is also getting worked in Rear 8, but maybe Jupiter is kind of prepping for that change with a little bit of a window play, as Catawba is still just having Darkness off the site, still sending some defenders really around Cigars. Slezzy is just able to use that Mozzie hacked drone to potentially get a nice little kill of their own. That's exactly what happens. And now, with one little man advantage, Catawba should probably just sit back, wait, still have all of their roamers, try to waste as much time as possible, or get some kills like Darkness is.
Yeah, Darkness just making the plays so far this round, doing his job quite well at the moment. And I mean, Champlain is kind of in a tough spot right now. There's not much really for them to do. They're going to have to try and work a pick back if possible. But as you can see from this drone, the White Hall is kind of available for them at the moment. If they really realize that there's going to be a player on White Stairs, they can blow this round wide open. If he just throws a nade. Oh, no. Player's pushing up. He knows that the drone is on him. Darkness just simply doesn't care. He's going to retake the pixel shield. And the knock up close does the damage. Darkness put down to one singular bit of HP. Kind of stuck in bathroom now, however. They're not going to shoot through the wall enough. Please tell me he doesn't get a kill here. Please tell me. Shoot through the wall. You know he's there. Shoot through the wall. Goes to the song. All right, he gets the kill. 30 seconds left, and like I said, a lot able to do here, but Eon not looking the right direction, and Champlain in a really tough spot. Oh, Lord.
Glowstoner walking down the white corridor. Can he get the headshot? Can not. As Catawba do reach 3 rounds. 4-2 split is still well in their reach, and I think they would love to sit at 4-2, because if you end up at a 3-3, I think you give Champlain way too much power going on the defense. But this kitchen site, it was decently good for them, and this was the area that we were kind of like, Champlain cannot break this impenetrable wall that has a Kaid Electro Claw, and well, they're still not bringing a Thatcher, Joe.
Yeah, they're not really making any changes in general. It feels like they're not really adjusting as an attacking team at all. It feels like all the adjustments are being done by Catawba at the moment, which is kind of why we see them in a 3-2 lead right now. They've kind of played around the adjustments of what Champlain's doing, especially Darkness. You see the way he's kind of positioned himself in every single round. Specifically on that, that top floor defense, they had him, play inside of reading for that second time, ended up doing well, getting that first pick. And then in that second round right there, playing a similar position. And they also have changed their setups a little bit to actually work around what Champlain is doing. And that kind of, I guess, stubbornness to change is the word I would use, is what finds teams in a really disadvantageous position. So, it's kind of always a game, Siege Comp, of who can make adjustments better. It feels like a little bit of a chess match, and right now, Catawba, they're winning it.
Some changes do come out on defense, though. You got that Thor instead, which, it's not the M870, the exciting shotgun, but maybe Maverick will be able to get even more done, along with Darkness, who those two have just kind of been the power duo for Catawba, taking out some of these players that stray a little bit too far, like Jupiter, who is just walking around, everybody crouch walking around, potentially meeting each other for the first time.
No, he had to have seen him, right?
I would hope so, but there was no indication
him, right?
from Darkness. I don't know if Jupiter saw the Frost either, so it's just two ships passing in the night before Jupiter eventually pulls the trigger and now takes out the first player from Catawba.
Yeah, the Flores drone is doing a good amount of damage, but at the end of the day, there's nothing to do. Oh my god, it's Thatcher. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. Don't put a Claymore here. Got it. Got it. Well, the wall is now open. More than they've ever really done. That adjustment we just talked about finally being made. The Fuse kind of lurking upstairs by himself, but at the end of the day, not really doing any damage. But, I mean, walls open, all this damage being done. McUseless walking in, not able to connect on the shots. No, no, not like this. Not like this. That's the smoke going down as well with 3 in his pocket. For time, that's going to be a tough one towards the end of this round.
And Champlain, with 60 seconds left, is already going to be able to put that diffuser down. The planter is taken out, but not without a little bit of a trade that definitely benefits Champlain in this position. There is nobody on Catawba who can really contest this at all. And now, even though there is a player down on Champlain, giving only one-man advantage, this diffuser going down is going to be completely beneficial for them. Eon Chan, 8-2, now 8-3 as Catawba gets one of their own and leaves Wet Socks in the 1v2. Not a lot of health on their side, and that is just enough for Ordinary Joe to pick off, and it is going to be a 3-3 as we swap sides. And I was mentioning that I don't know if that's going to be enough for Catawba, but we'll have to see.
We just got to see how their attacks shape out. I mean, a lot of the times, Cafe, really depending on matchups, I feel like, it could be attacker-sided sometimes, could be defender-sided sometimes. And in my opinion, looking at what the defensive bans were, you have the Valk, you have the Cade, you have the Mirror, and the Solus, which, by the way, we have not seen. But you have all those powerful ops up, and in my opinion, you have all those power ops up. Only 3 rounds on defense, to me, is just not enough. I mean, the Valk wasn't ever brought. I mean, really, besides the Cade, none of the power ops were brought. We didn't see a Mira, we didn't see a Valk, and we didn't see a Solus. And right now, on the other side of things, we're still not seeing one.
Yeah, I mean, you have the 4 probably objectively most powerful defenders: Mira, Kaid, Valkyrie, and Solus.
Whoa. Let's take Cade out of that list and throw the Azami in.
I mean, I was mentioning more. Okay, fine.
Respect for Azami.
There's a lot of good. Azami is banned though, so.
Of course.
That's what I was mentioning. Is those?
I see the vision now. I see what you're saying.
That is not being brought by any defender. And maybe it's just because they're used to just playing without him. Maybe it's because they're more comfortable on other operators. But you'd have to think that sometimes you could get a huge buff for bringing something like the Mira, like a Valkyrie. With a little bit of the skill set that we are in, it would be a struggle. I think if you can't even get rid of, let's say, that triple wall in Bakery, getting a Mira Black Mirror gone would be so difficult.
Open the hatches with the Cali. Just takes one shot. I do like Collegiate. I'm not gonna lie. You get to see some creativity, things that you don't really see normally. I mean, you kind of have a decent little bit. You don't have an Ashe. You don't have an Iana, which is something that's really been a mainstay for a lot of teams. And you have a Cali on Skylight, which, I mean, Cali on this map on Kitchen, not a terrible pick, but for upstairs where it's really hard to kind of get the correct sight lines, not necessarily a great pick. But so far, not a lot of progress has been made once again. Both teams, it's been the common theme so far. I shouldn't say not. They are taking their time a lot. A minute 15 down. Nothing has been done. They haven't even entered into the map yet. And Champlain kind of sitting pretty at the moment. Joe has taken a little bit of damage over there on the Aruni, but nothing has been done yet to clear these shields or anything, which there is 2 of them on the board. You have Dion downstairs on the room as well, and Joe does get that big, oh so important first pick onto the Cali. Off of the Skylight, I believe. Off of Newbalk. Thank you, Observer. I appreciate that very much on the information.
So definitely a little bit of somebody strayed a little bit too far. I think Eon Shan did not see Darkness walk down the red stairs because of the actual holographic sight blocking seeing towards the red stairs. So are we gonna see another fight happen on red stairs? It is a repeating cycle. The Sophia is able to take out the Aruni simply strutting up those stairs. And Champlain,
3 armor.
They have so much by their side, and it's just taking these gunfights really is going to kill them. And all Darkness has to do is just kind of wait for them to come to him. But maybe with 20 seconds left, with the yokai drones, any other gadgets that are still on the board, we could get something. And that yokai is going to fly on through. I don't know if it's been taken out, Joe, and somebody's going to have to put that diffuser down, of which Jupiter can absolutely take it out. Diffuser starts to go down. It's halfway through. Jupiter can absolutely deny it. All they need is one more blast. They get it. And Champlain, it was a little dicey, but sometimes all you need is that one little piece of utility to get you all the way across the finish line.
And he destroyed it right after he got it off so big. I mean, that's kind of always been the difference maker, really, for certain teams. That's not a round that Champlain should be really winning, you know, given what happened after that first pick. But they end up finding a way to get it, and those are the rounds that really can separate 2 teams in a game, and a big first defensive round win. I was going to compliment Catawba on what they did right there, but you had to know with the Echo on the board, something fishy was going to happen, and does just that, cleans up the round at the end. And I mean, here we go. Look at this. Look at this defense. They have the Mira and the Cade. I'd say this is probably Mira's worst sight, but I'm happy that they're at least bringing it. That's a step in the right direction, and I can appreciate that.
I will.
What?
Wait.
What?
Let him cook. We gotta let him cook, Joe. We haven't seen these before, so we gotta let them cook.
You're right. I like this one on bake wall, I will say. As long as they reinforce the small bake wall. As long as the small big ball is reinforced, I'm okay with that one. The freezer one, though, however, the biggest fan of, just because you can get an angle onto the Mira from small big ball reinforced. This is sad. It makes me sad.
It is. It's a different type of siege than something like those, and potentially like Pro League or Tier 3. It is unique to see just kind of the difference
You
in
can do
plan.
so
I think
much. It's great. So many layers.
Yeah, there are some really interesting layers. This Maverick, and then in the name, it's in the name, so they have to go. Maverick is probably going to torch this Christmas wall, and Jupiter already losing some cameras. So Catawba, I think this is a really good start for them, and if Maverick can actually try to work their way into the site, maybe use that torch, we should see something good happen from this attack.
You looked at him. He saw him. He looked right at him. He didn't do anything about it, and Jupiter gets 2 because of that. Maverick just didn't open his eyes, and he does not get a 3rd. I was about to jump out of my shoes right there. I was so excited. Thought he was about to get a 3rd, but Darkness, who's been the difference maker for Catawba so far, finds a way to get one back, and something that they really needed, because this mirror setup is still something that Catawba has to deal with, and they haven't really done anything to be able to. But Wet Socks going in on the top floor, trying to make something happen, something that they need to do, because they need to get some pressure somewhere else on the map, and not really able to do that so far. Darkness trying to cross. I don't really know what he's looking at. I don't know what he's cooking at the moment, but he's gonna go upstairs, hopefully do some no, he's gonna go brown stairs. I like that. And one on white stairs as well, and one on the Mira. You have aces. Just got to throw them on there, I believe. However, I do say that, but there should be a mute jammer on there as well. Hatch hated as well, so the ace not really able to do anything over here. Gonna try and throw that on there, but the mute jammer doesn't actually get it, so the top of the wall is going to get open, which blows up the Mira as well. The Iana coming down red stairs as well, and Light Rose, the execute, starting to come together.
It is starting to come together, but information from Champlain is pretty big in this situation. 3 C4s on the board. Maybe they'll get used, maybe they won't, but it's that threat that they could potentially be used. Maybe we'll keep Catawba away from their true potential. Darkness has that diffuser. I believe they are over by that Christmas side, that white wall side. And we're reaching the twilight hours, and Catawba still isn't indicating that they want to enter. And Champlain, it's just easy as pie for them. I think my theory was correct that once they got on defense, they really would start to roll as they win another round on the defense.
Yeah, they're turning up at the moment. I'm not going to lie. Doing things that, I mean, it's a lot better than what they've been doing, or what they've been showing us at the very least. So Champlain doing a pretty good job right now on those defenses, and they do bring the Mirror again and the Valk. I think they're just slowly realizing who's on the board, and I like every bit of that. I like this. I mean, you have so much information. No, stop. I was just praising you for it. No. Oh, it's my fault. I shouldn't have said anything. I shouldn't have said anything. They had the Valk. I threw my caster curse. I forgot how much power that holds throughout all of Siege. So that's on me, and that's a 90 shield right there. I like that. No. I'll allow this one. I like that right there. I like.
It's acceptable.
You know what? If they don't use vertical control, let's say they held freezer instead, that Mira isn't the worst thing in the world. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think they're doing that, but I'm just throwing together hypotheticals. For where they could have put these Miras, I'm not the biggest of fans. Nothing really upstairs at the moment. Actually, there is literally nothing upstairs at the moment. There is no setup upstairs. Not a bit. And there's a fuse.
Fuse. We've seen it. And I wonder, it seems to be kind of...
Dude, they have 6 reinforcements!
Nah, that upstairs, we're gonna let the fuse blow the cluster charges. You let the gun do the talking on the defense. There is nobody up there, so it is interesting to notice just how much vertical play, or lack of vertical play, excuse me, Champlain is really seeming to do compared to everything else. Maverick is going to blow this window out before he enters. A nice little breach and clear, but I don't really think he's got to worry about much here, Joe.
No, not at all. There's not even really a player on those white stairs. But even if there was, Thatcher would have it covered. And Catawba kind of doing... Whoa, that guy was... You saw him? He's heaven. I don't think they really know. A player just came into White Hall, repelled, straight through the window. And I think the Cade is going to have a free kill here. Not really sure where the drones are, but the fuse going towards piano side. And here it is. That's the free kill as long as he hits the shot. And Azov is going to get a free kill. And now Catawba is going to be scrambling to try and get this pick back. No.
Maverick didn't see the player, but Azov cannot hit the shots. Fuse has a 3 armor, but it still wouldn't have been enough to knock that player down a peg or two. And now they can just hold this white stairs pretty close. And I think heading back upstairs using those 3 cluster charges, it's probably the best decision right now with so much time on the clock. Catawba, honestly, they have what they need to get the job done, but I'm just worried about the time management. Will they actually be able to set themselves up for success using the tools that I mentioned?
Yeah, and I mean, still a lot to work with. I know that they now have vertical control, but at the same time, this mirror setup is still something that needs to be broken, and as the clock is ticking down, Light Rose, there's not a lot being done, but the fuse charge is now finally raining out. But even then, if they can find a way to survive these, there's no vert being done, and a player's now reading door. I'm not sure really if he knows they're here. A pick is done, but the Habana is putting bomb down, and I don't think they even know about this. Oh no, the bomb does end up going down. Jupiter trying to put stuff through the wall, does get a kill. I'm not sure that he spotted the second player, and West does get the kill back. Slezzy gets one as well, 2v2. A lot of control really for them right now, and they're gonna have to try and find something, and they're gonna have to find it quick because there's only 20 seconds left. So many angles to watch. C4 goes out, hits nothing. Oh, Eon gets the first. Eon gonna try and find the second. It's a 1v1. Such an important one. Ordinary tries to get it. Joe does not find the kill. Slezzy clutches up the 1v2. Ends up getting an attack win that they needed to stay into this game.
It's 1v1s that can dictate, honestly, how the games can go. If that had gone in the way of Champlain, it would have been 6-3. They would have been continuing their dominance on defense and probably won Catawba's map pick, honestly, which they still do have a good chance, as we've still got to go to bar and kitchen maps that Champlain won pretty easily, I think, and it's going to be up to Catawba whether or not they can make the adaptations that they need to go onto this top floor, use the Cali that Maverick is on, which I don't know if I agree with. I don't know if that single shot sniper rifle is going to have the utility or the output of damage that you really want for this site. When you've already got the Thatcher. You've already got really the main reason Cali is brought. So
yeah, and I mean, I don't know. We kind of talked about this. They're not really making any adjustments. The stubbornness that, that they had on their defenses was kind of a reason why they only won 3 of them. But, I mean, I'm interested to see what they do, if possible. But, I mean, I don't know. It's tough. I got to see how the round plays out. I can't really say anything. I'm saying certain words. Words are coming out of my mouth, and I don't know what they're going to be doing. So bear in mind, why is he not running the CZ? That thing is awesome.
I mean, the Bearing 12, I think it's a good gun.
Is that what it's called?
No, not the Bearing
Pistol?
12. It's the SMG 12. Sorry, not the Bearing 9.
No. On the Thorn, the pistol instead of the SMG.
The pistol.
The little brick that we call the CZ.
Oh, I don't know what else. I don't know what else she's
I'm
got.
I'm about to open my game to see what the loadout is.
Yeah, I mean,
it's gonna annoy me.
Yeah. You could potentially do that, but Thorn is good utility. I think that with Champlain, if they can put those thorn little traps in the right areas, punish a lot of these attackers just from kind of walking on in, then you could get some good usage out of them, especially with a lot of those other utilities like the smoke canisters, the yokai blasts. I like Champagne's odds, honestly.
I do as well right now. I mean, it just looks like they kind of have a lot of control at the moment of what they need to do, and do not Thatcher it if you're not going to drop. You're going to waste a Thatcher on kind of nothing, but I mean, what else would you really use it on? There's no wall denial really on there, and Azoth doesn't give a care in the world, and that's an opening pick as well. Darkness finds one on red stairs, and that's kind of the mistakes that we talked about that Catawba was making on their defenses. They were giving picks away that they didn't really need to give away. That kind of over-aggressiveness, giving away a couple picks, is something that's going to really benefit the attackers. And an opening pick like that is going to be great, but still, no progress being done into the map. A minute 15 left, and nothing being done.
Well, at least there's one defender off the board, but you know who's still there? Joe Jupiter with the Yokai Sonic Blast. Azathoth still has the smoke canisters, and Eon is still lurking on those red stairs. Any real kills that they get, hello Jupiter, any real kills that they get could be absolutely massive. And with Azathoth holding this angle, it's a pretty long angle to hold with the Mossberg. I don't know. It's kind of bold, but I like the odds with putting this little area with the smoke canister, choking that diffuser player out. Unfortunately, there isn't going to be enough as one more player stands between Catawba and the round win.
Yeah, no echo this time to make it work, but one kill being in, just misses the shot on the player and not able to do much. The magic not happening, and Catawba tie our game up at 5. Getting a little interesting over here.
I'm very surprised with the amount of time that was on the clock, like under 20 seconds. The utility that the defense had, and Catawba just didn't have the amazing position that they probably should have. Everybody was very, very stacked around the same areas. Champlain, I think they had it all, but Catawba just able to hit their shots, able to win the frag fest that I called this map earlier. And now we're going to be going all the way. Max regulation, but is overtime destined or Champlain? All they need is 2 more round wins. They can win it here, go somewhere else like Bar again, or Catawba start getting another attacking round to do something.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of a big swing round right here. A lot of momentum right now on the side of Catawba, and they got to convert off of that. Ooh, yeah, I don't think you can throw that up there. Yeah, that was the same spot. Please don't do it again. No, come on, man.
Round 3.
Jupiter, come on. Please don't put it there again.
Round 4.
Jupiter, please stop, man. This is starting to get embarrassing.
All right, there we go.
Not there. Come on. Not up the top. Please don't do this again. That's okay.
Okay, well.
That's okay. I guess that'll do. That was a moment. I feel like this game needed that.
But it is a little fun sometimes, a little funny to see some of these things happen. As well, we get into it. We're seeing the Valkyrie and the Kaid and that Mira that we were talking about earlier. Still no Solus, because I'm not too surprised that there isn't too much Solus. With Caveira being banned, I think Solus wouldn't get too much use in defense, because I talked about that kind of communication that may or may not be there that is very pivotal for the Solus. Azathoth is just kind of watching this attacker just peek his head back and forth, not really doing much, but watching this natural hard breacher in their habitat.
Yeah, and I believe there's a Meacher on the wall, but they do have the Thatcher, so I mean, they just throw it on there, and they allowed it to get shot. And that's going to get open. No, you just saw it. Is he going to shoot it? He's not. They're able to get it done. And that's okay. A first pick as well going in. Jupiter does get a trade, trying to make up for his Valk camera shenanigans that he pulled at the beginning of the round. And evened ourselves up at a 4v4 with a minute and a half left, but Glowstone in a really good spot right here with a shotgun. I mean, as we know, the wall not open on prep, and Jupiter not able to confirm the kill right there, but does a little bit of damage over onto Maverick, who is now chilling upstairs with 4 fuse charges ready to rain down onto site.
All right, one of them is getting deployed. Is it gonna hit Glowstone? I think it's just out of reach, so they're safe for now. I think
He survived that.
Yeah, I think the door may have saved them. The cluster charge might have escaped it. You may not last much longer, if the fuse charge was in the right area. But so far, the defense is surviving. They're not thriving. With more deaths coming their way as Catawba now, they're gonna be able to put that diffuser down. Eon behind that mirror window. Do they get the kills? The shotgun, it's one little pellet that needs to be hit. Even the end, it's Jupiter who has to finish the kill off, and now just kind of waiting for death to overtake them as Wet Socks can reclaim Bakery, really get the ensnarement of this mirror that is the last player alive. The 1v3, time not on their side, not much hope left. And it's Catawba who gets on map point, Joe.
They are. True. On the attack as well, doing quite well on their attacks at the moment. And like I said, the momentum is on their side, and they are using it to their advantage. Interested to see what happens here. A reading room defense. They have a Valk. If they choose to stick the Valk, they only have... Okay. They have 3 C4s. Please keep the Valk and work some C4 picks. That is how this will work. It'll be great. It'll be fantastic.
Yes. Use the utility that you got, and maybe you will get something done. But I mean, having to go back to reading room, it feels like there's not too much confidence with this pick, because it's not one that's out of like, hey, let's just go to reading room. It's more one out of, all right, clearly the kitchen has not gone well for us, so what do? This is our only option. And it still really didn't go well, I think, with the adaptations that Catawba has made. Even though it was a 1v1, Catawba has really started to regain a lot of confidence with their swings, with their late round executions, and that spells disaster for Champlain.
Yeah, it definitely does, but, I mean, the Valcams are up, and C4 picks, if they can get them, would be great to try and get those early picks, but, I mean, it doesn't look like they're trying to do much of that at the moment with the way that they're setting up. What the hell is that?
It's a good question, Joe. It's called the site setup. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. Clearly you are uneducated in this department.
I am. It's true.
Remember, you always have to let them cook before you then can start asking questions, because we don't know the results of it. Maybe Champlain will be able to win this round using that mirror window, but I mean, using the Kaid as a little bit of a roamer is an interesting decision, but that C4 with Azathoth could potentially get something. The drone should spot some players. The 2 drones, 3 drones that Catawba is going to send on that 3rd floor now. The droning phase is going to be...
Are they all on drones?
I think a couple of them are not, but it's about acting off of these drones. That's going to be the pivotal part.
Of course. 100% agree. Could not have said it better myself. Oh, the damage is done. Jupiter puts on his running shoes and gets on the move to avoid getting picked right there early. A pick that you don't want to give up, especially as the kind of the impact player so far. So, I mean, definitely good from him to stay alive in a minute and a half down again, and nothing being done outside of that damage that was just done onto Jupiter.
Some red beings going forth, scaring some of these attackers. And, well... Oh, are they going to 6. Okay, I don't think they're going to use all 6 on that hatch. But now you kind of got to refocus your efforts. As Azathoth is going to be able to find one player. Put Maverick to extremely low health and get away with their life.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
He does get away with his life, but I really wanted to see him whip that thing out and world star someone. That would have been awesome. You have a C4.
I'm surprised that that cluster charge didn't find the Kaid Claw or find
Threw him on the other side.
Oh, there it
Threw it
is.
on the
There's
other
one.
side.
Cluster charge kill. It's found a
Another
victim.
It has. It's true. But, however, even though it's found a victim, there's only 15 seconds left, and Case is down in train. Ow. Oh. Azoth gets a kill, and it looks like OT is happening unless something crazy happens, but I don't think that they have the time. Round is ending, and to overtime we go.
Of course, we are destined to go here. And it's not infinite overtime. We are not SI grand finals that I don't think it went to overtime, infinite overtime once, which was a little bit disappointing. Like the one time we went to overtime, it was immediately resolved at 8-6. So at least that might be the inevitable end. Is Champlain, they've found some footing. They're going to go back to Reading Room Fireplace. And I have no idea what the heck is going to happen because this entire game is a little bit of a dartboard throw.
That is quite a good statement. Yeah, but if it's a dartboard throw, what if you're good at darts?
It's okay. It's a blindfolded dart throw. That's a little better.
I like that. It's beautiful. A beautiful analogy. It's like poetry, really. Well, a very similar setup. They're gonna go right on back down to where they just went, and a nomad is being brought out from darkness this time, which is a little interesting because nobody flanked. So I'm not really sure about this. The mirror setup's a little different this time as well. They've switched it up. I don't know if you saw.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little surprised that they would swap it up when it's like, if it worked, don't change it. It had a winning combination. So why change the formula?
That's what I'm saying. Totally agree. Totally agree. Well, they're doing a very similar attack as well, Catawba. However, you see a couple of people lurking below. One's actually basement white at the moment, and 2 players on the skylight. But Azoth just sitting here once again. And if a drone doesn't go out, I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna throw. I'm gonna throw this little thing of chapstick that's right next to me if they don't do some droning. But Maverick on the lurk alongside Wet Socks. Get a pick, and he's going to leave the premises. He says, my job is done here. I'm going to go help upstairs, as they do still need that control if they're going to take this round. But Wet Socks is going to be able to try and work his way up red here, and there is a player inside of Train. That engagement might be happening very soon.
Oh, the roamers have been so pivotal this entire map, whether it's for Catawba, whether it's for Champlain. You've always had to look at who's just straying a little bit too far from the site. It's McUseless who dies. And that means that Jupiter's death will be avenged, but unfortunately, Azathoth is not going to be able to survive for much longer. This does give Catawba the upper hand for now and a lot of time for them to work around the site. And now Maverick, since 3rd floor is completely clear, those cluster charges are just going to be able to sing. And you have to wonder, is there going to be another... He walked into the cluster charge.
Maybe he was just feeling like his classes were really hard.
I don't have too much to say about that because he walked into the cluster charge kill. And I think
Shoot
that
him.
with
Shoot
Champlain...
him. No! Okay, Wet Sox does get the trade. That's okay. But now we have Ordinary Joe. Hey, we share a name. Get this clutch. It's the first one. It's a 2v1 now. He knows one player is upstairs as well. He should know the positions of kind of both the players at the moment. And there's only 15 seconds left. Does the clutch go in? No more fuse charges down either, or breach charges. One's going to go reading door. The other planting on the dining bomb, but the thorn trap goes off. Not able to hit the shot. Maverick ends up getting the kill that ends up sealing the round. Oh, good lord. That got scary for a moment.
Yeah, a little too scary, but the best part for Katana about this is now they get to go on the defense and go wherever they want. Whatever they feel comfortable with, they have the best shot at, the best track record. They can go to that place. And Champlain, who has struggled a little bit on their attacks, and I think it's a difference than Catawba. Champlain, I think when there's an impenetrable wall around them, they won't try to find a creative way through. They will just go around it instead, which sometimes is the solution, but in a lot of instances, Catawba would be waiting right around the corner, or in the Roamer's case, like Darkness or Maverick, waiting behind them. And that can't happen because we're one round away from going to map 2 with Catawba having a win on their side.
Yeah, and Catawba does have the defense. But, once again, no Valk. Which I suppose is fine. Oh, excuse me for the yawn. I apologize. But, I mean, neither team really is working off of the information that the Valk would really provide, so I guess it's fine that they don't have the Valk. But, hey, nonetheless,
10 seconds to go.
a similar setup to what they've been running in Darkness, who on those defenses was really the one making the play, and I expect him to do very similar what he had been doing on those rounds, some form of a first or second floor roam, a little bit of a lurk because he's kind of by himself, and try to make the play best he can.
Who's going to be the king for this round for Champlain? Jupiter, even though they are 13-9, I feel like they never had quite the explosive round. You saved for Eon. They've been consistent over and over again. But right now, that hasn't been enough for Champlain. The consistency right now, and it sounds like a bad thing, but they are losing. So somebody needs to make a hero play, because I think that's the only way that Champlain could actually win this round. If they get caught out early, they need to act on this ping. Otherwise, it's just going to be a wasted opportunity.
No, don't re-drone it.
no.
You have a drone in there. Come on, guys. But no Thatcher now either, and they're going to really struggle. I like how Catawba's really done this, and on match point right now, they're doing a great job on all of that. Did he just shoot his own drone?
I would hope not.
Oh, no. Yeah, I mean, it popped up orange. I think he did. And a first pick goes in the way of Champlain. Sorry, not Champlain. The way of Catawba. Champlain died. That's what happened there. And the infamous Champlain going through dining window is also happening. So a little bit of control on the downstairs side as well, but Darkness. Bottom of red stairs, and by the looks of things, I'm not sure that there's a flank drone for it, and I don't believe that there is a Nomad down there either.
I love this angle
Attackers have located a bomb.
that Darkness has on the hatch. I don't think it'll get anybody, because it seems like Champlain maybe have focused their efforts elsewhere. Like, you've got Jupiter underneath with Fireplace, so it seems like a white stairs take is a little inevitable, but I don't know if Champlain are going to be able to get successful. Slezzy throws the C4, doesn't kill Jupiter. I have no idea how, and that allows Jupiter to get 2 and push into Cocktail, and despite their low health, they're going to be able to Z-ping that one smoke, who prones, reloads, pops back up, gets the kill, and now Catawba with 15 seconds left. Has to hold on and keep this diffuser from going down. Joe puts it down, is halfway done, and will be able to stick at the smoke, just not in the right area. But so far, the ace cannot move. Cornered between two smokes, it is Catawba who have to make the move here. Darkness pushes towards the cocktail wall as Mr. McUseless still throws his last smoke canister. Cigar is where these players will be held. Useless pushes up. Yeah, he has the air jab. He has the flashbangs. There's a lot that the attack actually has. And the defense are taking their sweet, sweet time getting through everything. There are 7 seconds to work with. And now 3 seconds. Nothing was done. Absolutely nothing was done. And despite getting a kill, potentially getting the kill on the Nomad, there is nothing Catawba can do.
Bomb defused.
They just sat there for a really long time. That was an interesting retake, I'm not gonna lie. 2 attack rounds, though, being won in our overtime. And now, we're on the penultimate round. Nothing more after this. The do or die. This is it. Whoever wins this round wins map 1. So exciting. So much pressure, don't you think?
I mean, that's kind of what 7-7 is. So you had like a back and forth match the entire time, and whoever wins, Champlain going to Kitchen, which that's a risk. Honestly, with the round history that they have had on here, you're not instilling much confidence with how Catawba has been able to work around the fuse of Maverick as well. Champlain has, for some reason, I know that like the fuse hockey pucks can find their way towards opponents, but for some reason Champlain are like magnetically attracted to those cluster charges. Like, should not be able to get killed. But yes, they're good at clearing utility, but Maverick is getting so much utility out of them.
5 seconds.
I mean, yes. Yes.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
I mean, I don't know. It's tough because especially on this site, I mean, like, it would be not great if there was actually more of a roam setup, which we talked about at the beginning of this game. Jackal and Dokkaebi are both not on the board. So a little bit more of a contest should be done. And, oh, I like this. They're actually doing it. They're roaming. It's beautiful.
Oh, Slezzy using the drone, maybe wanting to get a little bit more information in this scenario. But as I thought, I don't think they've been droned from this side of Small Bakery. They're rotated. Now they could have a treasure trove between them with Slezzy outside of Small Bakery, a couple players from Catawba outside of actual Bakery. Hey, we'll see what Azathoth can do, because any opening pick on either side could be a welcome addition, and that is what's going to happen. Slezzy walks in, gets dropped, and now Mr. McUseless just shoots the Maestro camera, which opens up for his presence, and now you lose a lot of information for that engagement. Maybe Azathoth survives, maybe he doesn't. Either way, you see Champlain, they still are winning here, Joe.
Is that even wall-bangable? I don't think that's wall-bangable. It's okay. Eon has now put himself in a really, really bad spot. Going to try and take the fight, not able to get it done. Maverick, oh, excuse me, again, finds a way to get that kill. Now, he had no help in getting out of Small Big, so he's going to end up going down as well. And it seems like a little bit of a waste of a fuse, if you ask me.
Ooh, Fuse. I mean, we've seen a lot of Fuse cluster charge plays, and so far they haven't gotten like they've gotten usage, and especially Fuse's gun, AK-12 with that zoom sight. Maverick has been such a leader for Catawba on this map, and now with 30 seconds left,
oh, I love it.
Joe takes the peek, drops the diffuser, and now Champlain. Things have changed on a dime for them. All they have to do, hold down this diffuser, wait until the final floodgate of that attack comes on through. Glowstoner brings out the shotgun and waits for the Yana. Joe finds a second one, and now an official 2v2. 10 seconds left. Catawba needs to get into sight. Maverick is still up top. It is all up to Wet Sock to get that diffuser. They take down Joe. Glowstoner, you stay prone. You win the game.
No! What is he
And
doing?
it's Catawba!
What is he doing?
The feat gave away the gambit. Champlain were 1 second away from winning Cafe. And it just wasn't meant to be.
All he had to do was sit there. All he had to do was sit there. He just had to sit there and not die. Both of them. They both had to not die. That is a way to end a map. Unmatched point. Doesn't get much more exciting than that, does it? Till the last second. Till the last second.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we'll see a 7-7 map 2. Maybe we will see Catawba make a final 2-0 statement, or maybe Champlain will be able to make a comeback on map 2. We're going to go to a quick break, so do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Well, back in action after the break, going into map 2 between these two teams, between Catawba and Champlain, and map 1 was a 7-7 max OT, came down to literally the final second, and Catawba won it out. I'm Lighters, and joining me is Joe, and we are heading into map 2.
Yes, map 2 of Chalet, which fundamentally not that different than Cafe. I mean, a lot of similar things. So, I mean, I'm kind of excited to see how it plays out, but I feel like we've already seen it play out. But looking at that, I mean, a 15-round bar burner looks like, you know, we might have something similar on this map.
Yeah, with Catawba starting on the defense, if they can get a good start, maybe get more than the 3-3 that they did in the previous series, that would benefit them as well. Starting out with the Osa ban, I think definitely gives a little bit more impact than something like a Jackal. We saw so much usage of Osa and, of course, Fuse. Yeah,
Such a baller ban.
Yeah, Maverick is not happy about that, but Champlain also used the Fuse, so it's one that impacts both teams here.
Yeah, but he's not really as powerful on this map, I would say, as much as Cafe. So, a little interesting of a ban, but that's okay.
Last one prepped up, and, well, nothing special there. So, the attack ones are going to be ones that definitely will impact these teams. Is what are they going to do? They don't have a Fuse. Who do you bring besides the Fuses? We actually, funny enough, like, Fuse had the biggest impact on this map at the Siege Invitational. Like, we actually got a cluster charge kill, which was crazy. We've never gotten that at, like, the pro level before.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of Cali. I love it. I feel like Chris Kyle, American Sniper. Pew, pew, you know what I mean?
I mean, you get definitely more usage out of Cali on the basement side because there are long angles you can hold, tight corners, but you could also get similar usage out of something like a Thatcher. So it's always going to be one thing where it's like, is the ring in the Cali really worth it?
Yes. Worth it. Every second of her being played is worth it.
Yeah, I want to see an actual, like, sniper kill.
Facts. We didn't get that last round.
We didn't get that entirely. I don't know the last time I've ever, I've actually seen
A
Cali get a kill with a sniper rifle. It's always, like, been the SMG because nobody picks the Cali.
You've never seen me play Cali.
Yeah, I know.
I turned back the clock to the old COD days, you know what I mean? Some quick scope in action.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Is he putting the yeah, he is. Okay. Maverick's putting the right mirror out. That's a plus. That's a good mirror right there. These are positives at the moment. Well, that's not good. But that's okay.
I mean,
not bad.
It is still good areas where mirror windows can get play. I mean, where else
Of course.
do you kind of put mirror windows, especially looking over something like
Upstairs
trench?
to help with the room.
Yeah,
That they're not doing. Oh no, I guessed wrong. Wait. He put it in the... He
Wait.
put it in the middle! No
Oh,
way.
and it's gonna get zapped.
Dude.
Yeah, I was like that. Taking
Moment
out
of
the
silence.
bandit.
Moment of silence.
All right,
So
well,
we're
we'll
gonna
do
sit
a
here
moment
in silence for about 20 seconds to just pay respects to what the hell just happened right there.
We also need to take a moment of silence for Jupiter.
Of
Joe.
course. To pay our
Please
respects, of course.
perish
Located a bomb.
towards Maverick C4 as now the attack is started to pivot over towards trench one because you can't get through the wall. Now you have to rely on your Habana, who actually has gotten a hole in that trench wall with those X-Kairos, allowing Azathoth really good coverage over the entire site, seeing who is going through connector, sees who's potentially in blue, which he does spot out. Just need to be careful to not get caught out by the smoke canister, the gas, the shotgun.
Don't back up.
It's on like a razor's
Don't
edge
back
here.
up! What? That was interesting. No, move for your... Sorry, I just really wanted to see the Cali kill, and I don't know if we're going to get it. The opportunity was there. Right, they got to burn the shield now, and I don't think they're doing anything with it. Because Habana has breach charges! Come on, man.
Yeah.
Not like this.
Nah, well, the claymores that maybe could have been used by Eon are actually going to hurt Champlain because they don't have any anti-roam. Oh no. That is your
From bad to
Montaigne
worse.
as
From
well.
bad to worse.
And this was a round that, like originally, it started off really well for Champlain. They did a really good job of forcing darkness off the wall, going back and forth, but ever since then, it's just been a lot of unfortunate errors. And now with 15 seconds left, it's a 4v2. Can't look everywhere at once. At least we got the sniper rifle kill. Eon pushes forward. There's no way that Champlain actually wins out this round. Eon is able to reload, push forward to trench, doesn't get any more, and Catawba. Now,
Sniper kill, baby!
yeah, we got the sniper kill, but didn't get the round win for Champlain. Despite everything just kind of seeming so good on the outside. It's got a cracked surface.
Who cares? We got our... Oh my god, there's the Cav. It's happening. Guys, it's happening. Everybody,
was banned.
Everybody hold on to their seats. It's happening.
It was banned in the previous map, so
It's darkness's time to shine.
we'll see why it was banned.
I'm excited. I need to strap in.
Defenders,
Seatbelts
protect
on.
your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Alright, and going upstairs, there's a lot of roamers around here. Slezzy, I don't know if you commit to the bandit tricking, because I don't know if this this site inherently is lending itself to bandit tricking. It's kind of when we put it down, make sure that Mez really isn't free for the taking, and that kind of does your bandit tricking for you. As we're going to see just more... I'm mainly just looking at the conveyor. I want to see what Darkness is going to do and if Champlain can do anything about it. The Jackal might be a good counter, but I know Darkness has something in the machinations of his mind.
Defuse a bomb.
Does he?
I hope. Like, I want
I was just asking.
to believe.
I was just asking.
I mean, given what we've seen, it sounds like something that's like a rhetorical question. It's like, does he? But
I was just asking. You know, I was just making sure. Hollow on sledge, crazy. That 1.5 makes that gun so fun. That's a cool charm right there.
Wow, that is
That's
a really
moving.
cool charm.
That's
What?
moving.
What season is that from?
Does anyone know what that is? Can someone in chat just like throw that in there? I'll leave it up. I promise. Just want to know.
Honestly, it's pretty fire, but right now Jupiter using that purple floating charm to give him some luck on this little peak. As well, offsite. It's Eon who dies.
Where is Maverick?
Where? These are just happening all over. I have no idea what is going on, but I do know that smoke going down for the defense is really going to stink. It puts a lot more pressure on your players that are around the site, like Darkness.
What's he got the pistol out for? There you go. Let's see what's up. Case is now down outside trophy window. Minute and a half, a little bit faster than we've seen them before, but at the end of the day, not much really has been done. And where's this going? Where's he going with the bomb? Don't do this.
I mean, we're seeing a lot of
bring
these
bomb over
kills happen as Joe doesn't counter. Oh my god, it's a case of we know something that Joe doesn't. He has to know. He has to know. He does, but right now both are just gonna reload. Maverick finds a kill inside of the bathroom. Joe is there for the refrag. And it seems like Champlain, they are going to be able to get that round, but I, for the life of me, have no idea how Champlain was able to win that. After everything, it's just so chaotic.
Yeah, I don't really have many words for all this. I feel like it's just, it's just everyone's having a great time, It's like I don't really care who wins. But I just hope everyone has fun.
I would hope that the teams are having fun. I mean, especially with a Caveira. We didn't get to see the true impact of the Caveira.
I was really sad about that.
We didn't get to yell. We didn't get to yell interrogation like we're at Invitational.
Invitational, was it fun? Did you have a great time?
It was very fun. It is indescribable how fun it was. It's
Almost wish I went. I almost.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the things where it's like, if you don't have a pass for it, if you're far away from Montreal, it might cost you. But it is something where it's impossible to really describe in words how fun it is, especially if you know people that are going, which I definitely know you did. So
Yeah, Charlotte was fun. I had a great time in Charlotte.
There is a U.S. major
have
coming up,
class.
so
There is. Who knows where it is?
we don't know. I've heard like about 15 different cities at this point, so
15. I've heard like
it's just because people are speculating on where it would be.
I've actually only heard one.
Oh, I've heard like Philly, Boston, Dallas, like Las Vegas.
Chicago is the heavy one that I've
Exactly.
been hearing
There's
from people.
so much that could happen. And well, maybe there'll be another collegiate land that maybe some of these players could attend. I know you were there for. I know you were at that land.
I was. Emergency desk host, Joe.
Yep, and
Not
now
host. Sorry, analyst. I apologize for the disrespectful disrespect that I just had on my. Oh my God. See, if this was the new season, he'd be able to revive himself.
well, that doesn't come till next season.
No, that's why I said soon.
Ah, okay. Well,
Very exciting though.
I think lucky for Azathoth, there is somebody right around the corner that is Glowstone that's actually able to give off the ping where
49 made
darkness
that.
is. Just try in your hand at straight old bullets, and that doesn't really actually do the job. As Darkness tunes back off in a bathroom, you have a nice little Overwatch. Jupiter is just here.
What?
Jupiter is right inside a piano. Doesn't look to their left, which means useless. Is able to find that kill. So despite literally inserting themselves directly in the line of fire, Jupiter is only able to get one, and that means somebody else from Champlain is going to have to pick up the torch.
Yeah, someone is going to have to. I mean, Jupiter, he got himself in a very good spot, which should never in a million years happen. But he ends up getting there, and a lot of control still being done. Not a lot of players to really contest this, but Darkness does get a kill. Excuse my yawn, I apologize. Long day of classes, as everyone knows. But a 3-4 right now, but Glowstone walking up, not able to hit the shot on Darkness, who finds another one. The smoke also in a prime trade position. Not really sure what he's watching. Darkness with his third of the round, and just everything getting undone. And Catawba have put themselves 2-1 up on Chalet defenses. An attacker-sided map, and I don't remember what you said. I'm pretty sure this is Catawba's map pick, if I'm correct.
This was Champlain's map pick. Catawba Cafe was Catawba's map pick.
Oh my God, I ruin everything. I'm so silly.
I mean, it's just kind of how we saw Cafe going down. So it's not. I think at this point, you can't exactly decide who truly has the upper edge, because it was 3-3 at half. It was 6-6 at the end of regulation, and then just at the final moments, that was when Catawba got the winning play. We're going to have to see if anybody really jumps out and gets a lead after a couple more rounds. Maybe once we see the side swap, whether Catawba does have that 4-2 advantage. But so far, I'm not really counting Champlain out.
And you shouldn't. You definitely shouldn't. But, it's been a very, very close series so far, and I expect it to kind of trend along that right now. But it's once again, it's an opportunity for Catawba to really get some separation here, which would be really, really important on the defensive side of things. I do assume, even though this map is attacker-sided, just from what we've seen so far and from what we know about these two teams, I think it's a pretty safe assumption that defense is probably the stronger side between these two teams. So racking up these rounds is going to be something really important. However, you do see it, there are a Glaz and a Monty, a little double sniper action coming out as well. But this push, it really is mainly kind of this kind of push, but at the same time, if they can't get this wall open, this push is just going to really fall apart. And a first pick going in as well. Jupiter going down once again, and that is he's going to get it down.
No, I think it was too late. It was too late!
Is he?
And Darkness blows himself up! Oh my God. It excites. It always excites. Joe, you cannot deny that. When you saw the thermite explosion, we are seeing
there they go.
4 smoke canisters go down. Azathoth is able to find a kill, but Joe actually doesn't step inside the site just yet. And Azathoth, a little too quick, finds a second kill.
You have audio on the plant. Oh my goodness. And
There's
the C4 misses.
there's a lot going on. Joe goes down, and now Champlain do not have an answer to this. Wait. There were 4 smoke canisters, Joe. They deployed.
They did. They used all of them. And now the Glaz is just a normal person. Just a normal guy. The cam was up the whole time, too. That's crazy. The mirror to work with. This mirror should just try and smoke one of these guys. Possible. Glowstone is just staring in front of this mirror right now. And nobody's doing anything. Oh my god, he's just gonna run and get it. He's just gonna sit there and plant. He could just shoot him from main. I'm baffled.
I think this is another
I'm
problem
baffled.
of Champlain trying to go around the wall.
Baffled. I'm baffled.
I'm right there with you, Joe. But I think this is a problem of Champlain trying to go around the wall instead of really what Siege offers, which is try to go through the wall, try to adapt, try to change, and instead of doing that, Champlain
outside of the box instead of inside.
Yeah, I mean, basically, you know the diffuser is being watched because your Monty was just taken out by the black mirror that is staring you directly in the face. What you do, you try to get that diffuser, maybe go around to Ranger, maybe go to blue, but basically that little area by snowmobile is gone. You cannot use that anymore because you do not have the coverage. And Catawba, they've done a good job at locking down areas, but Champlain, I think they can find ways around it. It just feels like they're trying to continually try the same situations in which it just doesn't work.
Yeah, no, it simply doesn't. And Catawba now up 3-1, and I mean, like I said, I'll keep saying it over and over again, an opportunity here for Catawba to really create some separation. A 4-1, even it guarantees a 4-2, maybe even a 5-1 on these defenses would be such a big thing for them going into their attacking split. So Catawba, I mean, you got to think as well with Champlain and the way that they lost that first map, if that's something that's lingering in their heads at the moment, just because they're kind of doing some things, making some silly mistakes that, I don't know much about the team, but I feel like otherwise you shouldn't really be making. And, you got to question, I guess, the mental fortitude of these teams at the moment.
Leon throwing a drone and putting Library up to the test as two members of Catawba are going to be there to contest. Still having the Cali. Oh, wait, no, that's a Sophia. That's not a Cali. I was going to say, I don't know if you want to bring the Cali, but Sophia, much better option in this shot. Maverick gets a nice little pick there onto Eon, is pivoting towards that sledge or that Sophia that's on that southern side. I think would definitely cement this round for Catawba as Champlain making a decision here. Do you want to go through the wall? Do you want to go around it? The play is always there to change what you're doing. But it seems like Champlain, they're still going to try to go up that library stairs. Are they going to be successful?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to do something, but this kind of castle barricade right here is actually going to off an angle. Both players walking, but Maverick does end up getting a kill right there. Big one for him. 7-1 start for him on this map. Doing a great job. Been the difference maker so far for Catawba on this map. Oh god, he went for another one. He's on fire.
At this point, it's just like, sometimes you just gotta peek it. Sometimes Mr. McUseless pushes up the window, spots the player on a little far end of it, just as they move on past. Because right now, Catawba still have the advantage. And of course, they have to hear that Twitch just banging on that castle barricade. You don't have to worry about the Claymore, Joe. It is not Brava Mozzie yet. But what you do have to worry about is Mr. McUseless on that top floor. Champlain just keep running into the bullets of Catawba. Cannot find a way around it. And now it's going to be a 4-1 for Catawba unless Glowstoner clutches this 1v4 with 30 seconds left. But we haven't seen too much from them or from this team. And honestly, it's good from Catawba that they've been able to put themselves this far ahead of their opponent when it's not even their map.
No, it isn't, but like I talked about earlier, I mean, as a player and everyone else who knows this, losing a map like the way that, Champlain just did, it's going to be tough for them, and I don't know what the rules are specifically in this league of NECC, but a timeout is something that they really need to call right now.
Yeah, I think, like, you could have probably, even if timeouts, let's say timeouts are really a thing, you could use that 40 seconds as a timeout of sorts. I think that's actually how much you get anyway. You're able to talk with each other, try to reset. Say, what the heck is going on? How do we stop Catawba from going on to a 5-1 scoreline? And even if Catawba does struggle a little bit on attack, I mean, a 5-1 deficit is so hard to come back from on Chalet, with Catawba rolling the way they are, with Maverick continuing to dominate 7-2, and there's really no one like them on the side of Champlain. Asvoth is 5-5, and that is nowhere near the godly KD that Maverick has.
Yeah, Maverick is definitely, like we said, the difference maker. He's just been putting in the work, putting Catawba in such advantageous spots practically every single round. So good stuff from him so far, and a 5-1 defensive split would be incredible for them.
Attackers are moving out.
Starting out on CEO as well, you see the same kind of operators that we have. Maverick on the cap can. Bandit from Slezzy. You don't let Champlain enter Solarium. I think you can keep the 5-1. That we are a little bit prophesizing here. Library has been such a coveted play that Maverick just walks by. He's been able to get so many kills, and Jupiter picks him off like it's the easiest thing in the world.
Yeah, I mean, not a great pick to give away, but we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. We'll let this one slide because, you know, he's been off a heater for the rest of the time. Oh my God, are they gonna know? I don't think they're gonna know. They do end up spotting him, and he's gonna need some help over here. Jupiter going to cook up a nade. You heard it. Why didn't you just shoot him? All good. He did survive, and Slezzy's gonna, I think, try and keep this. The information's there, not able to find the kill, and the wall gets open now. The smoke kind of wants some of that action too, and Slezzy kind of in a decent spot to be able to make some things work, but darkness does go down. Slezzy down as well. The smoke has a lot of work to do now. They all have a lot of work to do right now. Wet Sox looking at the door right now. I bet he goes huge right here.
Oh, you definitely bet on that. It would have to be a 2v5 with the current situation that we are in. Don't know if Slezzy gets revived. We hyped him up. We hyped him up, Joe. And maybe it was unrealistic expectations, but unfortunately, Wet Sox wasn't the hero that Catawba needs. Will Mr. McUseless fill that void? Hey, you only need one bullet to hit a headshot. It wouldn't even matter if he had those extra bullets anyway, as it's a flawless for Champlain, and a 4-2 is where we are as we swap sides.
I mean, not a bad defensive split at all, but once again, we just got to see what Catawba is really doing on their attacks. They could be one of the worst attacking teams of all time. You never know. Just got to wait and see what's good with their attacks.
I mean, it wasn't like the worst thing on Cafe. Catawba, they had a 3-3. And a lot of that did come down to, in the thick of it, they were able to win gunfights. And right now, I think that's what you can count on with Catawba, is Maverick has been able, when it's been a fair 50-50, not when he's just kind of running around Mez and gets shot from behind. A lot of times, Maverick is the one to win the gunfight, but right now he's on Cali. That isn't the best for those 50-50s because it's one shot or nothing.
Yeah. I'm not huge on that either, but hey, you know what? It's him. You know, oh, he's on the glass now, and they're gonna look to do, it looks like, something similar of what Champlain did on their attack. They're going to try and go for more of a garage hit over here, and we'll see if it works out a little bit better for them than it did for Champlain.
Mira, it's getting good use. Like, we saw Champlain, like, you mentioned the similarities, but Champlain aren't reinforcing the other wall. Catawba reinforced both. I mean, I like Champlain's adaptation. I like them keeping the wall soft, making sure that when you're in trench, if you're Catawba, you are never truly safe as long as the Black Mirror is a thing.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. But I'm happy they're at least using it. They're trying to utilize it best they can. But with a Thatcher on the board, it's going to be a lot easier for them to get this wall open. Oh, he's doing a great job. He timed it so well. He timed that so well, but not able to get it done. He just... No nades on the board either, and they're not using the Zofia to try and stun this stuff off the wall, so... Not great for both. Oh, he opens up above the wall. This should be a free kill. He shoots the bandit off the wall. He sees the bandit that's there. The bandit is able to back up a little bit. He's not going to be able to get the wall. He's going to try to do it, but he can't. I mean, he's committed, I guess.
Wall
That's
or nothing. It's wall or life, Joe. As a thought, like you said, he was committed to getting the bandit battery on the wall, but now... There's smokes on the board. Catawba do not have the Montaigne that Champlain did, but
That's beautiful.
got that shield gone. It's either... Oh, Maverick just so close to hitting those shots. You drain these smoke canisters, you keep your own smoke grenades, then you should be able to push. And Joe, he's so low. One more peek and one more shot from the glass, and he is done and dusted. But as the smoke canisters start to dissipate, it's Champlain who start firing their guns. And now here's where the real money starts. One smoke canister goes out. You still have Maverick looking over to where Joe is. Does he survive? He does not. Now someone else has to get the coverage for Mr. Mickey Useless as the yokai just continues to rain on down. The last smoke is going to deploy Champlain. Have they got the C4? Have they got the yokai Sonic Blast? Maverick sees the outline, brings Eon to 1 health. And now Champlain... They have to run through fire and, more importantly, smoke. As Jupiter, he walks down over towards blue. Probably going to have to complete the most crazy play of his life. Can't do that. So Catawba, a really good basement attack, honestly, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a great job for the most part. And one off of match point, a good attack. They executed that a lot better than Champlain did. So well done from Catawba. And another attack. They're actually going back downstairs, which is an interesting decision.
I want to know what the changes are that Champlain will bring out, because it seems like it's the same thing.
It does look like it's the same thing.
Defenders, protect your bombs from
I
being defused
mean...
by attackers.
Maybe you put Glowstoner up on the first floor to keep the Zofia, who is not on the board, from impacting the floor, taking out Azathoth. And that is where a lot of your cash cow is, keeping that wall closed. But that's not a good... You can't really bet on that, because we saw how easy it was in the previous round.
Yes, I agree. I don't know. They're just doing the exact same thing, but a little bit different from Catawba as well. Not giving them the same look, which I really like, but I'm not really sure what they're going to be doing with this. You have the IQ, obviously. You have the Twitch, which is new, and you have the Jackal that's new. I'm not really sure what the Jackal's going to do, especially since he has Claymores. Same with the Twitch. They both have Claymores instead of smokes. For the runouts, of course, if they'd like to, but they're... Yes, the Twitch doubled back. I was about to say. He wasn't doing it. But it looks like Darkness is going to try and do something similar. Has the information with the Jackal to try and make some things work. The Claymore's going down as well. Doing a decent job off the start.
Oh, Slezzy just slings that Twitch run on in. There's the second one! Oh my, it's like teasing at this point. Yeah, oh, okay. That was maybe a little bit too much. Is off camera. It's Jupiter.
That's a great pick.
Where was
I gotta know where
on the
Echo
top
was.
floor?
Yes. Perhaps. Perhaps.
that is a choice to make as
correct
well,
play.
but great C4 coming from Azathoth. Did they get the wall off? Is that thermite going to
It's
open the wall?
open.
It does. And now you play the smoke canister shuffle at this point.
Yeah, and he can get the shield there and does get the shield right there. So one more that they're going to have to deal with, but that is on Pillar. So it is not for the front take, and the Mira ends up going down. Great work from Slezzy right there to get that done. The information's done. The smoke is now stuck inside of Connector. Nobody's going to be on that Mira either. They're going to be ready to execute whenever they want.
Oh, no! The drive-by just wasn't as successful, and there's still smoke canisters in the pocket. I really like Catawba drawing them out, getting as much usage as they can. And Joe...
Oh! He lagged. It's okay.
Yeah, no, no worries about that. But Azathoth now has replaced the attacker who was there previously and kind of barred any of these attackers from entering. But that is not going to stop Mr. McUseless from putting that diffuser down. Maverick gets another kill, and despite milliseconds away from getting that diffuser down, there are no more smoke canisters in the pocket of Catawba, and now it's just going to have to be a raw, bare-knuckled 2v2. Maverick has done such good work with this DMR, and Slezzy has to put that diffuser down with the coverage of the glass. The player from Connector pushes up, has the angle on it, does get the kill, and now Maverick, despite being on low health, they only have the DMR, do not have the Bearing 9 to work with, and I don't think that's going to help them in the slightest at this point, Joe.
Oh, they had everything they needed to, but the C4 ends up going out because the glass was not able to get the kill when they threw it, watching the wrong angle. Not the greatest thing in the world, but it didn't really bait out the utility well enough. And I bet that Twitch wish he had smokes right there instead of claymores. That's all I will say about the past round. Looking forward now, still a 5v3 lead for Catawba, but they're going to have a new look right here, attacking a site that they have not yet seen.
Master bedroom office. Keeping with that core lineup, Catawba, I feel like we've kind of been in this situation before where a team has been very close to map point, and in this case, series point, and they just could not reach it. And then the team that was down was able to just grab a couple rounds here and there, start a little comeback train. And by the end of it, we're looking at an overtime matchup, which we really shouldn't be, because at this point in the series, in the map, Catawba look like the more dominant team. They have the more consistent players, and the strategies that they are utilizing on attack just seem to formulate an actual execution a lot better than Champlain.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Sorry, someone sent me something really funny on my phone, and I thought that was very... it took precedence for me. I'm apologizing right now. Took precedence. It was quite funny, I must say. So I'm happy I did that. But that's interesting. You know, I just want to note that they're a little high so that the Azami's feet would be seen.
I wonder, a Kali sniper doesn't break a Kiva barrier, does it?
Nope,
Okay.
does not. Her little explosive thing does it.
Yeah, the lance, because it is a sort of explosive. But
The only thing the Cali does is soft barricades and soft walls and hatches and stuff.
Okay, good to know. Mr. McUseless droning on in. Doesn't get caught out. There, at the end of it, there it is. Glowstoner is now going to destroy that information that is very pivotal on the attack, and you have to make sure as the air jab you place them in right spots, because if you don't, they get shot out. And then suddenly you've got Ordinary Joe behind you when you thought you were safe from all those bullets. Maverick was on Gazebo. The guy, that is an old spot that I have not seen utilized in forever. Oh no.
Well, that's the wall.
They're not getting through. They only have
They are
the
not.
Exkyros.
They are not That wall is gonna get open.
But it's you can't bolt through it. So
Of course not, but the bandit's close on the wall, please. You know he's right there. You know he's right there. You got the audio, and he's stuck right there. There are flashes to work with as well as nades. Joe, close on the wall. Struggling right now. The C4 goes out. He gets the kill. Why'd you run into it? Oh, I'm sorry. I needed to get that out.
I mean, at least at the end of the day, it is a 4v4. So you're not losing something you never had. As we are on equal footing, Darkness is able to slip by in Piano, maybe get a kill. Eon Chan just a little bit too late on the firing, shoots that little rotate instead, but there goes your Zofia inside of Piano. Glowstoner peeks, gets the kill onto Slezykin, who's the second player by Piano, and now it's just Wet Sox in the 1v3 to have Catawba go on to map point. And right now with the HP, honestly, Joe, there is a good chance with Wet Sox, if they're able to hit these bullets, that they get something done, but they have to push right here, right now. One player down, is a second going to follow as Glowstoner hangs right around the Piano. They're just a little bit too late on firing. All they need is one more second, but one more bullet will get the job done. We're edging ever closer to a tied game as Champlain get one more round.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little tough because, I don't know, just looking at the way that attack went, they did a good job at getting into the map. But after that, they just stalled completely and really didn't have an answer for that bandit who was close on the wall right there. And, I mean, not only was he right there, he killed someone. So, not doing a great job of dealing with that player. And now, this game is a lot closer. From a 5-2 game, we thought Catawba could really close it out. It's not really like that anymore. So, I mean, definitely a switch in momentum.
The air is kind of, the energy in the air is kind of like sucked out a little bit of Catawba because they were really on a roll. Everything was going their way. And then now Champlain's been able to get 2 rounds in a row. You cannot say that Catawba have that same kind of aura that they had a couple rounds ago, as they have to attack Bar Gaming, bringing that Thatcher, bringing that Habana. And honestly, in this site, this is where you don't need the Thatcher. Like, there's no Kai. You're not really going to get certain walls. Well, what's the point of bringing the Thatcher?
Yeah, it looks like they've just lost the wind in their sails, to say the least. It's just like they've just slowed down a lot at the moment. And 2 frostmats on the window. That one's... Well then. He's going to punch it instead of putting the Habana on it. I mean, the Habana wouldn't work anyways because it's muted, but maybe that's why he's punching it. Silly me.
I mean, he has time to. There's not many
third frostmat? Are they all on that window? Am I okay? They're all on that window. All 3 frostmats are on Games window. And the hatch isn't even open. They're giving up library. They gave up top floor.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Here's my thing though. Is Catawba actually going to utilize vertical play? Like,
No.
that exactly.
No.
So it seems like it's kind of like, wow, why would they do that? Well, I guess they don't really need to hold it that much because Catawba, right, not use it, but
they're utilizing it. Let's go.
it could be a
Is
mistake.
that on a
from
soft
Champlain.
wall? Well, they do have an impact, so they could impact that wall open right there where that mirror is. He missed it, but that's okay. 3 players just in bar. That castle is going to get opened as well. Stock player has now hit the deck in the mirror. So everyone's happening right now. The player's not dead. He now is dead. Last player alive is Glowstone, having to fight 2 people in lobby, and Catawba, just a complete bounce back of a round, looking like a completely different team right there. But, I mean, it has to be noted that Champlain just did not hold that site correctly at all. Forfeited all the control. They didn't even have a single person off site. All 5 players were in sight. When was the last time you ever seen that?
That's true. That's true. And we talked about how it's like, oh yeah, Champlain giving up library is not the craziest thing in the world because Catawba just don't seem like they're going to use vertical play. Surprise! They won by using vertical play. Like that's
Attackers need to
step
locate and
1 + 1
bomb
= 2
location.
kind of thing.
1 + 1 does equal 2. That is
does.
true. You're good at math. You know that? I mean, going back downstairs, they have the glass. Please, for the love of God, at least one of the 2 between Jackal and Twitch run smokes. I'm begging. I'll be on my hands and knees, begging for one of them to run smokes.
10
All right.
seconds left before
I think you get a ton of smokes. You get a good ending to this because that glass has worked wonders for Catawba.
No! No. Sorry. Sorry.
I mean, I'm with you. Like, I'm with you. You bring more smoke canisters. You bring potentially the round winner because Maverick is like, he's not carrying Catawba, but he is helping them immensely. And if you're able to help them out, help the main reason why Champlain struggle on this site, that glass, it's another kind of 1 + 1 = 2 scenario.
Yeah, but I will say a Tachanka now on the board is really going to help out Champlain. They're going to be able to really deny that plant this time in a way that they weren't really able to before if that mirror is open. Because it's going to really be a hard angle for him to get if they don't get that mirror. Or sorry, if they do get that mirror, he's going to have to shoot it from connector. But even then, if he plants close right, I mean, it's not really going to matter, is it?
All right, Bandit Battery has gone down. Thermite is
He
going
messed it
to
up.
be able to get that wall open. That's a thought. Did not want to get exploded by a Thermite breach, and I think that's a good choice, honestly.
Yeah, but now, even though the wall's open now, there's still a lot of work for them that needs to... The Tachanka's upstairs?! I was about to just say something about... Oh, no, he didn't see that he crossed darkness. A big first pick. A C4 down onto the glass. A huge pick right there. And there's a player on main just seconds away from peeking. And instead of peeking again, the Bandit's going to fall off. Match point, series point right now. So this Bandit on the main stairs has so much responsibility. Does not have a C4 in his pocket either. And really, it's going to be down to the mirror right here. The Jackal not prepared for the player to walk up the main stairs. No one's prepared really at the moment. The smoke canisters from the defenders doing the work as well. Only 1 C4 and 1 smoke left. And with 45 seconds left, the clock is ticking down on this execute.
At this point, the only one who can hurt Champlain is themselves. That kill onto the smoke means that Mr. McUsis is going to be able to get behind that trash can. And nobody has the coverage. Wet Sox is upstairs doing whatever. But in a 1v2, there is still a slight glimmer of hope in the hands of this G36C that Wet Sox is bringing full health members of Champlain against the badly damaged Yana. And now as the time really starts to tick down, Wet Sox has to push. There is no getting the diffuser down in this scenario. One shot on the mirror, down. Glowstoner is gone. Inside of blue remains that Yana, and he gets it. What a kill! Catawba off of the G36C of the Yana. Pushes them towards that map in series point, gets them that 7th round, and they win it all in the end.
I am at a loss for words. Oh, that's such a cool animation. I love that. Forgot about all that. But what a play from the Iana to make that happen. No, I saw that. It's all good. It's back now.
Fuzz.
It's back now. But what a play to close out the game. I literally, was about, when that round ended, I was about to be like, what discipline from them to not give away the picks, to kind of play more passive and not peek, and really just make the time run down. and then they both peak. Online
I mean,
Siege.
to be fair, that last kill onto the Thorn was a
that was
very
gorgeous.
good flick.
Oh,
That
it
was a
gorgeous.
mwah. It's one thing where it kind of only happens when you're in that like adrenaline state. Where like, oh my god, how did I hit that? I will never be doing that again. Honestly, but either way, like Catawba, really good job bouncing back after that first map, getting a good lead, and then not giving it away in the second map. It was an exciting one. It was a different one that you and I have experienced. But either way, I mean, we had both of those maps come to an end in like a stupidly exciting fashion.
Yeah, stupidly exciting is true. Going down to the wire in both of those match point rounds, but I mean, overall, pretty good series. Catawba really on that chalet map that, I mean, they looked a lot better than they did on Cafe. But, I mean, end of the day, they come out with the 2-0 and a big win for them throughout the season.
And surprisingly, Chalet was not their map pick, but that is going to be the end of this first series between Champlain and Catawba, with Catawba walking away with the victory. We are going to go to a quick break. I think Joe might be sticking around for the second game, so you're going to have to get accustomed to me, but I am heading off for the night. So make sure you do not go anywhere, because I think it's not going to be too long before we have that second series of the night. We'll see you then.
And welcome back, everybody. I'm joined by someone else this time. It's no longer Light Rose. I have Corbic, my esteemed duo for this second game. The first one was a little bit of, a heater of a match. We only went 2 maps, but hopefully we get some more good siege right here.
Yeah, looking forward to it, Joe. It's MKE Esports versus Fanshawe Fuel Academy here tonight. Fanshawe Fuel Academy, you may recognize the name of Fanshawe Fuel. It is distinctive. This is their lower tier team. Had a bit of a rough start here so far in the season, 0-2 overall, but they are working their way back to it. And there is your Fanshawe Fuel team. Genesis Uganakai Nyack. What a name. That's going to be
Ugnakniak.
Ugnakniak. Yeah.
I like that.
Dollard, Mai, and Tiggs right there rounding it out. And as you can see, a very young lineup, all freshmen in that lineup here tonight. So always fun to see some new players dipping their feet here in the pool.
And we have our other roster ready for MKE Esports. We have Sharkbait, Hazer, I apologize. Assured Legend, Danny Destructo, and Roundy. And this is a pretty opposite one. We have a pretty old team here with 4 upperclassmen. And I believe we also have our map bands really ready to put on the screen. So let's see where we are going. And that's Border, Oregon, and Cafe. Corbic, what do you think about that?
It's a pretty standard spread. Border, of course, the one that kind of stands out there is an interesting map. One that we haven't seen an awful lot of, though occasionally, we do see teams take it there. It usually poses some interesting challenges. It does not play like a lot of the other maps in this pool. So I'm glad that we're getting that in as a starter. Not a lot to be said about Oregon or Cafe for that matter. I mean, those are pretty bog standard maps there, Joe. Nothing much to write home about.
Yeah, and you know what? Not much to talk about the maps. Let's just get straight into Borders. I believe both of our teams are ready to go. So, Border, I mean, it's one of those maps that's definitely a much more aggressive map, an attacker-sided map. So, something I'm going to be ready to see is these two teams just get ready to absolutely brawl it out, get aggressive, make some plays, and that right there, I'm excited to see.
Yeah, its border is just very intriguing. There's a lot of kind of difficulty to this map. The map structure encourages a lot of verticality, and that's something that I think we're going to be seeing a lot of these teams bring out. I mean, that said, right, I should add the caveat here. This is the emergence division, so don't necessarily step foot into this expecting, your SI level strategies, right? These guys are still sort of finding their feet. They're learning the game here, and that's going to be part of the overall difficulty of this map as well. The OSA band coming out here early on is a very interesting one, in my opinion. I don't think she's necessarily the strongest operator and certainly wouldn't have been at the top of my list for bans here, Joe, but I can see some teams really struggling with her, so it's not necessarily surprising to see her off the board.
Yeah, OSA can really help hold east flanks. You can kind of put that OSA shield down as well as maybe outside of Armory Balk to be able to hold a couple of things, but not very good on the first floor side. So yeah, you're right. She's kind of pretty only powerful for 1. Maybe 2 technically if you want to hold some flanks for the upstairs, but either way, not that spectacular. Both Spanish operators going down as well. Jackal, Mira off the board, and a Valk ban, something a little more standard over on the defensive side of things. So for the most part, I'd say the bans aren't anything crazy, but I mean, the OSA one is interesting. It's something that I've seen before, something I've done before, but not that common, I'd say. But I mean, it kind of just depends on how they want to defend, really, because obviously their attacks might not take that much of a hit, but their defense, if they want to, actually pressure east stairs, maybe set some flanks up, pressure 90, stuff like that, kind of just opens that possibility up.
Oh, as in the recent setup too, Joe, it's worth pointing out Border has kind of favored itself as a more defensively, or should say attacker-oriented map, which is something that I think I saw this last week when I was watching this, and it got quite interesting here on this map. I've seen a couple of good Borders played out in some various games of late, so I'm always happy to see it. Looking at the defensive lineup, though, pretty interesting, all pretty square. NECC, I'm just never going to pronounce right, and that's just the curse that I had been gifted here. Picking up on the Rook is an interesting choice. There was that brief period of time there, Joe, where Rook really had an awful lot of prominence.
10 seconds
Kind of
remaining.
fell off after that, but hey, the Rook armor is a valuable tool, right? Not so
5
sure what I
seconds to
think
go.
of this extension now into CCTV, by the way. Certainly an interesting choice. Good placement of the
Attacker's
castle
objective
barricade
is
there
to
as
defuse
well
the
to
bomb.
secure that a little bit. But given MKE Esports setup here, Joe, I imagine they're going to try something relatively rushy, right? Like kind of straight and direct to the point, and that does indeed seem to be what they're stacking up for here.
Yeah, I mean, a CC hold is kind of actually really important on this map. Border is one of those maps where you really have to contest every entry. You can't give up a lot of space, and especially on this site, because you don't really need a lot of control. And you have playing a pretty good spot over here on top. Not sure if these players will fully expect it, but I believe just got droned out. No, he actually wasn't droned out, but he does end up dropping, so it would not matter as much. The Ying getting ready to throw in everything. The Sen's down as well, shoots the Frost Mat, and this Case is already going down. The Cade doesn't have a C4. He has barbed wire. They're not going to be able to stop it. The plant goes down, but just not in time. The kill goes through. A 5v3, the retake doing a good job so far from the defenders, but they're at a little bit of a stalled point. The players of MKE all in good spots. One player, Roundy, gets a kill. The Ying in a good spot on this AC balcony as well. The time ticking, 22 seconds left. Not anything happening, but Tiggs, he's on the case. The Ying can't do anything about it. He's going to have to hop in. He goes down. The last player is the Lion, but he can't do anything about it. And a great retake coming in from them to get a first defensive round.
Yeah, lost it in the post plant situation. I mean, it happens, right? Like sometimes it gets like that. The plant and execution was actually okay. I mean, they got in, they got it done. They just couldn't hold on to it in the tail end. And really, I think the critical juncture there was when they lost those two bodies kind of in the midst of the plant, right? It's really hard to then turn around and actually make something good out of that. I will say, I think they kind of got away with that one on the defensive side. Like you pointed out, Kaid without the nitro cell, the lineup was not particularly well suited to counteracting what had been thrown at them right there. So they got away with one, just a little bit, just a teensy bit. Um, but a good sort of flexible response there from the defense, and that's what you like to see, right, from the Fanshawe Fuel Academy. You want them to be sort of capable of adjusting to those situations. Going down now another level, basically a very similar lineup here. Warden, the one who's kind of swapping out, everything else remaining relatively steadfast. And I'll be honest, I like this setup for the level of play that we're at right here. You got the Jaeger, good solid util denial. You've got the castle, helps provide a little bit of peace of mind, a little bit of restructuring. And then Frost, I think, always kind of fits in relatively well in a lot of defensive compositions. Very curious to see if that's still the case, though, post her rework that was recently announced.
They reinforced the single wall.
Yes, they did.
That's tough. Not supposed to really do that. The one going into, so you can actually see the window hop in. Kind of play a little bit extended, but a spawn peek does go in. Danny Destructo hitting the deck on the Iana. Not another good first pick, but Fanshawe is playing quite aggressive. Something that MKE really isn't doing a great job of countering, as we saw in that first round. They kind of weren't really, prepared for that retake that came in. And, losing your Iana, not a great first pick to give up.
No, obviously it's not ideal. You lose your frag grenades as well. The only frag grenades that you had in this lineup, so she's not an operator that you lose easily. I don't think it's the worst possible early round loss you could have. She is at the end of the day an entry. I mean, you lose your kind of intel util there as well. But even at backup here with Roundy 2, who just manages to get around and get Kinesis down. And then you can kind of start setting up some of this verticality. The only downside is they really don't have a lot of operators that are going to benefit a ton from having this vertical control. There's no sledge here, for example, or even a buck to open up some of the destructible parts of this floor and possibly provide a little bit of pressure. That in turn is going to play into this defensive setup that Fanshawe has done, where they're all very centralized, right? They're very tight on the point. And they seem very comfortable just kind of forcing MKE Esports to play into them.
Yeah, and they just need to recognize that that workshop part of the map is open. But at the same time, they might be able to drop this hatch over here. This is the main issue that they have going on. They reinforced all of bathroom off, but right now, the site looks pretty dang clear at the moment. They can just drop the bathroom hatch and put bomb down if they'd like. Oh, never mind. There's one in the back stall. They just misdroned him. But a lot of control right now. They're actually going to try and push their way through into Tellers, not bathroom, and the Frost does flank up main. That's the way you play border. You gotta play aggressive, and 45 seconds left on the clock. The attack scrambling over here, trying to get some information, trying to find their way to get into sight, their lane, see what they can do. But right now, they just can't find one.
No, and they certainly can't, and that's a good kill there for them to kind of slowly maybe start to wrench this around. It's unfortunate that they went through all that trouble of securing the verticality and then are forced into this
Oh no. Oh no. It's a 1v1 right now, and Hazer does end up winning it out. Not really sure what to right there, but that's okay. And MKE do late round salvage something at the end there. Okay, Corbett has some issues audio wise to figure out, but while he's figuring that out, to be a one-man show, it's like the Joe show now. It's the Joe stream. It's like it's on my channel with great production, you know. But I mean, end of the day, a good round win for MKE. They needed something to get them back into the game, but they did not do it. So,
Attackers need to
Fanshawe, I mean, they looked okay right there, but just end round, we're not able to put it together. And that might come back to get them. Having those two defensive round wins on a map like Border really could have gotten it, you know, put themselves in a good spot going into really their attacks later, kind of, you know, long term, something that could have gone well for them, but not something they're able to do. They're going to decide to also go back into bathroom tellers. They figure, you know, probably their better site than compared to whatever their tertiary site is, and they maybe feel like they deserve to win that last round, so they're going to go back over to this site.
Attacker's objective is to defuse
Danny
the bomb.
hopefully doesn't end up going down 20 seconds into the round. And I mean, you do have to keep that in mind, that last round MKE really was in really what was a 4v5 for them, and they end up bringing it back. So Fanshawe trying to maybe close out the round a little bit better, but I mean, end of the day, it was their late round. It's the way that they're set up. They have to be able to contest the upstairs a little bit better, just because the way that they blocked off everything is just not something that'll help them out. You are. It's back. You're here. It's beautiful. Sounds great. Well, welcome back.
Loading new mag. Activating Selma sequence.
Good stuff. I like this out of you. Well, anyways, everyone's doing the work upstairs, and we kind of just talked about it. With the way that they're set up, they give up so much control that they're kind of boxed into sight, and it's just they're doing the exact same thing. But I mean, it's just tough. They're forfeiting all that control upstairs, and they're all back down in a sight. They've reinforced all 4 of the walls towards workshop, so they can't really extend out there. And it's just, I don't know, man. I don't like the setup at the moment, but minute left, MKE trying to do what they can.
Yeah, and it's already starting to boil over just a little bit. A minute left here for them. They've got to kind of make something happen, right? MKE round, and you start to trying to open that does actually pull down one kill there, but won't find another one. Again, another delay in the attack. These sort of hesitations, I think, are one of the biggest problems that MPE has had playing off again, and
Oh,
you hate to see that at a critical juncture here. The clock, and he's trying to get one in, won't find it. Impact grenade there into the wall, sets up the opening. He'll find the kill into shark bait, and now a 3v4. Time running out. 20 seconds left on the clock. They don't even need it. Fanshawe Fuel Academy just eats them alive out there in the lobby.
yeah, and I mean, they just didn't do a great job at doing everything to really get into that part of the map. And they really, didn't have someone on teller's window. Even bathroom really should have been their play, because you can do vert on everything in bathroom and just drop the hatch, maybe throw someone on the window, watch the cross. But they didn't go for that. They opted to go towards tellers. So I don't know. Not necessarily the greatest thing for both teams, but Fanshawe making it work.
They are. I think MKE kind of handing that one over for a little bit more, right? I think that they should have been a little bit more decisive, and that's probably indicative of being in the emergence decision. And this is one of the things that teams will learn, right? As they progress in Siege, they learn more about the game, they play more together, they practice more, what have you, is the fact that sometimes you just kind of have to jump into the mix, right? There's a point where you have to attack, and you can't just sit and sort of rest on your laurels and wait for the opponent to move to your speed, especially on the attack. And unfortunately, Haz is going to drop here. So that puts another kind of weight on the scale there for MK Esports, makes it that much more difficult for them.
Hey, they're not calling for it.
No?
They're not calling for it. They're like, you know what? We're just so good at this game. We don't actually need to call for a rehost. We're actually going to give them a 4v5 because they're so confident in their own abilities.
That very well might be the case. I mean, I hope for them that they are confident. It's not just a little bit of a miscommunication, but regardless of what it is, I mean, you never want to be in a 4v5 situation as an attacker. We'll say that straight up, especially when things already have not really been boiling the way you want them to. So they definitely putting themselves in a bit of a rough spot, and they're going to have a rougher time here getting through these castle barricades because, despite the fact that castle has been brought multiple times here, they kind of continue to not play operators that are super easily capable of dealing with those. Like Sledge. Or actually, honestly, Ace with flat pack charges would also do this. So
You call it a flat back charge?
flat pack.
Flat pack. I don't think I've heard that before.
Oh, well, there you go.
I like that. I like it. It's a good term. Kinesis doing some damage. Oh, the Iana just walks in, and he's not aware. Danny Destructo gets that opening pick, which normally would be man advantage, but that's not it. And Sharkbait finds one as well, and within a minute and 15 seconds, they have a 4v2. See what I'm talking about? They were just so confident. They didn't even need to do anything. And Fanshawe in such a bad spot, but Ugnak. I'm just gonna say Ugnak, man. I'm not going for the rest of the name. If he wants that, he could have. Oh no! Sharkbait gets another one in my. Trying to hit a deep wrap, not able to get the kill, and a flawless round. Starting it at a 4v5. Wow.
Well, eventually they were going to snap back, and I guess that was the moment, for lack of a better word. I don't think either of us necessarily. Yeah, I don't think either of us necessarily saw that one coming. But good effort there by MKE Esports. Regardless, I mean, really showing them how it's done. A couple of good gun skill kills. I mean, at the end of the day, all the strategizing, knowing when to go, knowing when not to go, operator picks, what have you. It is a shooter, so if you can hit your targets, you can win.
That's true. You know what they say. One shot to the head. Every gun kills in one shot. If you hit the head, of course. You just got to be a beast. But even it gets up at 2-2. That's got to be a big round as well. Wondering what's going on in Fanshawe's head where they're just sitting there like, dang, we just got Kentucky fried in a 4v5. So hopefully they can kind of bring it back. going back to the same site as well. Not really sure what went wrong there either, besides, you know, the Oryx of Kinesis going down really early. So I'm not completely sure where everything went wrong, but they just have to find a way to make or fix their mistakes, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a back and forth, right? Neither team, I think, has really shown anything that would put me, in a position where I'm like, oh, well, they shouldn't have lost that. They should be 4-0 right now. You would think that last round was one that Fanshawe Fuel Academy should have walked away with, considering that they put in, another previously decisive performance. But that's just the way the cookie crumbles, for lack of a better term. That is, don't know about that one. Not sure about the placement of that frost mat. Not gonna question it, and maybe there's some sort of method there that I'm just not aware of. But the defensive setup remains kind of what it's been. A few variations on this site, dropping the Jaeger now in favor of an Alibi, who's actually on the roam. And that's not entirely out of pocket, if I'm being honest, because MKE Esports hasn't leaned super duper heavily into throwable utils, so you could definitely see a team being like, oh, do we really need a Jaeger here? Now things are going to get a little bit spicy though, because these holes open up and this becomes much more of a slugfest with bullets, and now we'll see too how Fanshawe Fuel is able to react to this breach in their defenses.
Drone up and running.
Yeah, and you do have a 2x. You have a couple players in certain spots, and this is kind of an interesting spot for Mai. And Kinesis already working the flank. I don't think they have any information. Oh, no, look, that's him. That's his head. There you go. He gets the kill. Kinesis finally finds a way to get that in. Oh, a good shot from Ugnak. He deserves his full name said right there for how nice of a shot that he just hit. Another player going down, and just a complete flip of what just happened. Sharkbait finds another kill. He's starting to turn up as well, and Danny not able to convert on a little bit of a misposition, and Kinesis on the flank once again finds another, but Danny finds one back himself. He knows that one player is still on the half wall. 2 nades to work with if he would like, and just not necessarily the best spot for him to be in a 1v3, but that nade should end up killing here, and it downs him just like that. A 1v2 now. He is aware that a player was in CC, and he is still there, window open. He has the sight if he wants to go, but he's not going to go there. He's just going to throw a drone instead for some reason. There's only no players on site, but he finds the kill, makes it a 1v1. The player from below is on the hatch, an angle that I am sure that Danny's not going to expect. The clone's going to go through. He's not going to find him. Such a smart play from Mai to not end up shooting it, but the bomb's going to start going down. Mai not able to do anything. That's not somewhere you can do, and Danny's not aware that that audio came from below. 5 seconds left. He has no choice but to put the case down, and Mai goes to CC this time instead. He ends up putting the bomb down, but Mai ends up getting the kill. Smart plays from Mai all around, and Danny stood absolutely no chance in that clutch.
No, didn't really. I mean, it was well played by the Frost there. Like you mentioned, really good angle. I appreciated what the Yana was trying to do in that situation. Good use of the frag grenade to buy yourself a little bit of time. You can't be expected to spot everything, and honestly, as good as the position was there from the Frost, it did kind of mess with them a little bit, because it forced that really sort of awkward long return to get back into that behind shot. And if they had had a little bit more time in a scenario like that, that might have actually not been super effective. But you don't really have a ton of choice in terms of having to put that wall on reinforcement, so it is what it is. Good clutch, though, from Fanshawe Fuel Academy. Way to keep it together. MKE as well. I mean, they did manage to turn that round around. There was a point in time there where it was a 2v4, and they brought it back to a 1v1. So I've got to give them credit in that regard for, continuing to hang in there against this Fanshawe Fuel team. Theoretically, on record, MKE should be the one who's in the driver's seat here, but Fanshawe Fuel Academy, they're showing up.
They are showing up, that is true, and I mean, certain players just playing well at the moment. I mean, Ugnetniak, I mean, you saw that shot he hit. It was just an absolute stinker from him. And I mean, when you got
10
players on
seconds
your
left.
team hitting shots like that, it's hard to beat. And Danny put forth his best
5
effort.
seconds
He
remaining.
tried his best, but he was unable to clean up the round. And unfortunate, because that could have been a huge round and a swing of momentum right there, but not able to do so. And a completely different setup here on Bathroom, if you notice. They also didn't reinforce a single wall this time, thank God. But we'll see if MKE decide to make a little bit of that switch to go for a Bathroom execute instead, because that would work better, in my opinion. That's kind of where they should be ending. But a Cade is brought this time. I'm not quite sure they brought that before. Am I correct? They did not bring that before, the Cade?
They have had the Cade a couple of rounds. I don't remember when we were down here last time whether there was a Kaid in the lineup. I want to say that there was. I'm really trying to remember
I'm
here,
just a
but
silly
I
guy.
can't.
It's
They
okay.
had a warden. They might have had a warden in. They've definitely changed some things up. So they've got the alibi. They've got 2 trap operators as well. They actually had, they made hay off of the thorn. So why not bring her back into the rota? And again, by the way, you're seeing the similar situation develop, which is that MKE Esports has very little trouble, right? Taking over this vertical control. It's just, what do you do with it? And this was the thing that kind of held them up last time as well. The difference is Hazer does actually come in on the sledge this time, and that might open up some previous opportunities. This was something we were genuinely talking about. It's not the best angles from up here, but certainly the frag grenades can make a difference from this point of play.
Yeah, that shield ends up going down as well, and they're not necessarily doing the vert for deep bathroom, and it makes me feel they're not going to be going for this bathroom play. But floor basically getting completely opened right here in that hallway, and they're not able to get the Cade. That's the issue when you don't have a Thatcher. That Cade on the hatch, you're just taking guesses as to where it is unless you have a drone into sight, which I'm sure they could have found one, but either way, with the way that they're pushing it, not completely an issue. They just have to find a way to get this wall open if possible. Also the castles, but players are just playing inside of this hallway and not really, or excuse me, inside of tellers and not really doing anything. 35 seconds and MKE not able to get those castles open, and with their inability of doing that, it's going to be a problem. But Sharkbait does get one traded back, a 4v4 with Kinesis, finding another kill. Hazer weak as well, but these castles are still not open. Ugnak gets another one. He's going to swing out. He's going to find a second, and third, and a fourth. Ugnak finds 4 to close out the round. An unbelievable play from him, and a 4-2 defensive split for the underdogs.
Wow, that was a heck of an ending there for the Fanshawe Fuel. Rarely do you see a team kind of line up for their destruction, but every once in a while, much like a planetary alignment, it all comes together. Taking a look now at MKE Esports on the defense, here's their opportunity to kind of push it back the other direction. I did say at the start of this, border leans towards an attacking map, and that is generally true. But when you get lower in divisions, you get to players who are working their way up the ladder of experience. Defense does usually become the easier side, irregardless of maps. And we'll see if that kind of holds true here for MK Esports. An interesting lineup. I actually think this is a lineup that despite the success that the Fuel had, I do actually like this lineup quite a bit better. I like the Capkin for just the trap dispersal, slow him down a little bit. Love the addition of a Solus to any lineup. I just think that operator is so powerful that you almost are doing yourself a bit of a disservice if you're not bringing her, because she really fills multiple roles: intel gatherer, util denial, tool denial, drone denial. Spectacular setup. But we'll see how they play with this. Usually you would expect maybe Assured Legend to be kicked out on the roam, maybe Rowdy or Sharkbait helping out with that. And you might actually see all 3 of them out there in the cold trying to make something happen.
I actually don't think it's very cold out there. It looks like the weather is actually quite warm.
Yeah, it does. I will give you that. Not a frosty day, but sometimes you'd be surprised, man. Deserts get cold.
They can get cold. You are correct. You are correct. But I'm pretty sure not during the day when the sun's out. But hey, either way, the Solus finally coming out. We didn't see it with Fanshaw, but MKE is bringing it, and that is a miss drone. A little bit interesting, unless he's pretending that he didn't see him, and he might end up spotting him on the second time. No, he won't be able to show a third legend. A very good spot to get a kill here. Excuse me, I'm in the middle of a yawn. That was one of the longest yawns I've ever had in my life.
Well, that happens. Gotta get them Z's, brother. I don't know, but it's all good. Hopefully, the defensive side not sleeping here as this attack builds up. They don't really have any intel that would kind of notify them of what's in the offing. The surprise is ruined now. Tig should be wise to the fact that these window walls are going to start opening. Some little unwanted windows are popping up, and that will lead to Hazer actually running out and just securing a kill. So well played right there by MKE Esports to react to the situation as was. Meanwhile, the rest of Fanshawe Fuel Academy rolling in to try and take control here of CCTV. That said, good angle for Assured Legend. They can come up on this. I doubt very much they've been marked here by the Fuel, but it's actually Kinesis who's going to go ahead and get the next kill here in the rotation and keep it at a 3v4. Make it a 2v4 there as Hazer is absolutely lit up.
Yeah, and I mean, they, out of nowhere, kind of started rotating towards the east side of the map, but they're ready to get this back and going normally, and Kinesis finds another kill, so essentially in a 4v1 at the moment. Danny going to try and make a play to get his teammate up, but he ends up getting taken down. A stun comes in, so the position of Danny should be known, at least the general area, and Fanshawe starting to make their collapse. They're trying to just go in, and Danny gets smoked by Kinesis, who finds another one in this round. The Zofia putting in the work to make it happen, and Fanshawe win another round.
Very close, but yeah, unfortunately, MKE Esports, they had a good opening to that. They just could not sustain, I guess, the momentum across the round, and that is something that tends to happen, right? There was some very good sort of aggressive play early on. You kicked out with your Kaid. I think might have been Hazer in that circumstance. You kicked out with your Kaid. You got the kill right there. You know, you set yourself up for the 4v5. And then I think they got a little too eager to try and close down the attack. It's kind of almost the exact opposite of the problem that they were having when they were on the other side, right? Where they weren't being aggressive enough, a little bit overly aggressive here when the ball was on their court for the defensive side.
Yeah, I mean, but at the same time, though, we kind of always knew this, you know, it's a very attacker-sided map, and it's really showing right now with the way that Fanshawe attacked. It's something that MKE didn't really do. They're playing together. They're playing for fights, and that's exactly what they should be doing. I mean, you notice it, too. The distance between the players on Fanshawe wasn't that big. They were all playing really tightly, and trades were able to come in. Angles were able to be watched. They were kind of making sure that MKE couldn't really get aggressive on them, and those plays could come through. So, I mean, well done from Fanshawe, but they have to be able to keep that consistent. They got 2 more rounds to win. This game's not over yet.
Indeed, and again, MKE Esports, it's not as if they've been completely blown out here, and the defense does favor them. That said, terrible start right there from roundy 2. I think trying to get that early sort of pick in, a little too much temptation, and again, just sort of misplaced aggression. The good news, obviously, that's something that you can work on and you can kind of improve your timing of, but that doesn't necessarily help you here in the moment of the game. You don't want to lose someone that early, especially when you're already running a kind of dispersed composition as is.
Yeah, it definitely is, but I mean, something we notice as well is that Thatcher is out from Fanshawe. It's not something they've done, and they're going to get the shield with the ace charge. They know that there's no ADSs on that, and a pistol out from the Cade. He had that Magnum out. He didn't care at all, and Tiggs ends up going down, but the Jaeger is down as well on MKE. So a minute 45, some action going down. Tiggs does end up getting picked up, but Fanshawe kind of in control at the moment. As I say that, another one goes down. Hazer does a brilliant job of getting back with his life as well.
Yeah, he did actually do a decent recovery right there, and now it looks like they're sort of blunting kind of a lot of what Fanshawe Fuel is throwing at them. Tiggs is very low on health. You've got Ognakniak in the similar position, not doing particularly great. He'll actually rotate around, and I mean, it's worth pointing out, Ognakniak has been kind of spectacular here, 11 and 5 on the board, a really driving force. That said, it's Sharkbait who strikes next. Tiggs caught in the crossfire right there, turns this into a 4v3, and you do have to wonder how much does the health differential of one player kind of affect how you're going to run this out. Ogniak, oh, he's looking for the kill. He doesn't find it. Assured pops out the opposite direction, caught in a brutal back and forth right there by the defenders, and MKE Esports makes the best of a mistake right there by the attacker to clean up 3 kills easy as can be, and the Fanshawe Fuel, unfortunately, learning a valuable lesson about misdroning in that particular attack.
Why on earth are they going for Office? They get all of the control that they would need for a armory take. They had everything. They literally had everything, and they still went towards Office without any utility over there. They didn't open the wall. They didn't open the window. They had nobody on the east balcony. They just walked into a deadly crossfire and lost 4 people from it. I don't understand why they didn't just go put bomb down armory. It was right there. They were able to do it if they wanted to. They just needed to commit to armory, and they didn't do that and lost round.
Again, I mean, it's a matter of sort of, I think, learning some different attacks and choices, and this something probably plays back into the fact that not all of, Border in particular is a map where I don't think not all of the adaptations are particularly well known, not all of the exact entry strategies are particularly well known, and I kind of feel like that's what got them caught up right there, right? They got focused on going in through one area, they didn't think about moving to other places, and they kind of got eaten alive, and, well, that's okay. You learn. Again, you learn. It's like the misdroning. You learn and you try and improve here, and that's what it's all about. So, give them their chance.
Of course, and they are making a rotate into workshop, which I do like. They need a form of extension. They didn't open up that single wall, which is a little bit of a problem as well. But them being able to extend out here is definitely something that's really important. And Fanshawe looking like they're going to go for a little bit of an upstairs take here.
That's interesting, and this is something that, again, we talked about when we were last focusing on MKE Esports attack, the verticality. Now, Fanshawe Fuel Academy, they chose to kind of not do this, right? They did not engage in vertical control. Sharkbait tried to play that game, and, well, unfortunately did not work out. Too slow of a turn around the corner, got absolutely blasted on that one, and now we see what MKE Esports can do with that vertical control. Are they going to be able to actually put some pressure here on the Fuel, maybe shift them out of some of these positions they seem very comfortable in? Mai with a good grenade right there comes sailing by, but unfortunately no joy off the back of it, just falls, maybe bounced off a door. I don't think we quite know exactly what happened, and, well, that'll sort of slow the roll here again as MKE Esports tries to decide what to do, but Roundy 2 with a nasty little flank right there will pick up the kill on Nakiak and remove the fragger from the board. Kinesis, though, putting it right back in, and it'll be Danny Destructo answering the kill. A series of trades. They're keeping everyone on their toes, and 2 of the highest kill players on the board taken off right there. That's Kinesis and Nakniak, both taken out very early on in the round as Danny Destructo adds 1 more to the mix.
Yeah, and Danny just swinging everything, hits another shot. He's got 3 and finds the 4th. Tiggs, don't know who you're peeking, but it ain't Danny. He sends him right back to the loading screen, straight into the next round. MKE starting to find their footing in this matchup.
Well, great play. There's nothing else to really be said. Just great stand-up play right there from Danny Destructo. Sterling SMG in hand and just makes it work. And hey, can't take away from that. You every once in a while, individual players just kind of make out like bandits, and that I think is a really good example of that in action right there. So we go now and take a look here at the lineup as it is. Not a big amount of change in terms of the kind of attacking operators, how they want to run this. I think the Fanshawe Fuel generally still have a similar concept in mind. The defenders swapping some things around here. The one that I think particularly interests me is the Bandit, because I'm trying to figure out exactly what you're going to do there if you're roundy 2, right? There's a temptation to maybe reinforce some of those mid walls about where shark bait is. I don't know that they're going to go for that. Obviously, these exterior walls, you want to reinforce them as well, but kind of bandit batteries, I don't know if you're going to get a ton of value from those here, so I'm curious to see how this fits into their overall strategy.
Yeah, Bandit's also not probably, he is the weakest wall denial operator there is at the moment, besides really the bandit tricking. It's kind of his really only good thing. I mean, he also is not one speed, but same time, I mean, utility wise, he is the worst on there. So definitely not necessarily the greatest thing, but hey, it is border. Kind of want some guns. You don't want to be lugging around as a Cade or a mute potentially. So having a bandit MP7 to be able to just run around, get some picks, definitely a good pick from him. But something I do want to highlight is Kinesis. He's been doing so well for them on the entry, but I think it's very important that once he gets the entry, he doesn't try and follow anything up. He needs to find a way to stay alive. Because if he can find a way to stay alive towards that mid round, towards that end round, that's where the true damage is going to get done. So I want to see him stay alive.
And we'll see if they can do that. Danny Destructo, the hero of the last round, caught and brought down by Mai very early on. So you hate to see it, especially coming off of such a bonkers performance. But I guess lightning will not strike twice here for the intrepid defender. MK Esports giving up a lot of ground here. Roundy 2, kind of the lone vertical hold right now, is slowly but surely. Kinesis works their way into the point, just like you said, Joe. They're leading the attack here. Good kill from Mai. Catches Roundy 2. Absolutely looking. And you hate to see that, I think, on screen if you're Roundy. It's okay. I mean, every once in a while, you just get bamboozled. And Mai is playing a very, very efficient game right now. Hazer underneath, looking for some kills of their own. Gets in an ugly gunfight right there and runs back into cover. That loss of vertical control finally starting to tell here for the members of MKE.
Yeah, and Assured Legend is going to have to hit a big C4 here, but he's holding it into his pocket. He's not going to go for that C4 pick, and that's going to leave them in a really bad spot. That nade is going to come in. That should hit. Just misses the doorway, and Kinesis ends up falling down as well, but the Lord puts Shark Bait down, and they've put themselves onto match point.
Hell of a kill. Wow, it's weird.
It was weird.
Barely
it was an
saw
odd
him,
one.
so.
It was an odd
Yeah,
one.
barely saw him, but hey, the bullets hit, and that's what counts. So you love to see it, you hate to see it. I'm not sure which it is, but well, if you're on the side of Fanshawe Fuel Academy, you're loving it right now. Back up to Armory Lockers they go, and some defensive shifts coming out here on the side of MKE. They're going for, I would say, a relatively anchor-heavy lineup. You've got Hazer, Danny Destructo, and Assured Legend playing the kind of three hold-out operators right there, Kaid, Smoke, and Echo, respectively. Echo, I think, probably the most interesting choice in the lineup. There was a time years ago now, actually, now that I think about it, maybe 2 years ago, where Echo was sort of he was the defender, right? He was the anchor. Not so anymore, but he still provides a lot of valuable intel, and he can certainly, I think, make holding that wall there quite a bit easier. My genuine concern is that the position that Echo is taking, Assured Legend is taking to try and hold out, I don't think that's necessarily the strongest spot for an Echo to be playing in. And one of the downsides, I think, of this entire site is it's far too difficult for Echo to really position himself somewhere where he's, I would say, reliably safe.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't have the Valk, so maybe they could use that as information, but at the same time, they're not extending it all. And it's so simple for Fanshawe to be able to do this. You have to pick a side. You can't go for both. You either go for an armory take or you go for an office take. You can't split between the two of them. You have to commit to one of them. And if they can literally commit to either one, I think they'll be just fine, because I don't think it matters which side they pick. They just have to pick one, because both times they've really done this. They've gotten all the control that they needed. They just haven't found a way to close around.
Kind of brings up the point, too, of the other sort of elephant on the board here, which is the NECC on a Blackbeard, an operator we really don't ever see. I mean, very rarely does he get play in this day and age. Again, another operator who kind of had his heyday and has now tapered off. He's meant to help you win gunfights, right? Straight up. That's what you want him in there for. But it's actually Kinesis who strikes early on, absolutely dunks on Roundy right there in a long-range gunfight. But I'm curious to see how they bring Ognakiak to bear, right? Like, where do you use this Blackbeard to maximize value? There are a couple of positions probably on this map where he could do that, kind of use that ballistic shield to engage fights. But you really need to pick and choose your battles if you're going to play Blackbeard, because the ballistic shields, they just do not provide enough in protection for extended engagements. But never mind, the rest of the team doing the work. There's the ace, knocking out another kill. This time it's Danny Destructo, and that might just open the door entirely.
Yeah, but Kinesis does go down to a frost mat into office, and Ugnak is trying to bait him a little bit right here, because there is still a player in office behind the desk who does have a C4, and if he just decides to throw it, he would get the kill. But Ugnak flashes him right there, and he is going to get Kinesis up, and they're both just going to leave. C4 goes out. Not the best C4 I've ever seen thrown, but 3 kills out of nowhere. 2 from Sharkbait on the Frost, doing more damage on the flank. Sharkbait taking some damage as well, but able to stay alive. And mine now is a big responsibility to try and clear this player off of top east. Ugnak is also in sight, but Sharkbait, his third of the round, a round-saving and map-saving play made from him to be able to hit the flank, but the round's not over. Ugnak, 30 seconds to work with, does not have case control and does not have time. Looking grim for him, looking around, and these players on MKE playing so disciplined, and it's going to be really tough for him to do much of anything. I think he spotted that player right there. He is able to find one, able to find the Echo as well. It's now a 1v1. Is he going to have time? The player's going to peek him. He gave him an opportunity, but he's not able to find the kill. Sharkbait, a big 4K on the round, but I'm not going to lie, a huge misplay from Sharkbait at the end of that round.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake right there, I think, in maybe even a misclick, like genuinely, in removing the shield at that particular moment. I don't necessarily know what the thought process was right there, but whatever it was, I mean,
he was just trying to speed up. It was more so the speed, because he figured, which by the way would have been the right play. He figured that Sharkbait would be playing the case that was down on East Stairs with 5 seconds left on the clock. All he had to do was hide. He had case across the map. He just wanted to take the shield off so he could actually sprint to get over there, because he figured that guy would be over there, but you know, he wasn't. That's, I mean, just what happened.
Yeah, that was my initial assumption as to why he took it off. I mean, I'll be fair, it's a lose-lose situation, right? But like, I don't know. There's no right call there. I was going to say, you know, you're Blackbeard, right? You want those shield for the 1v1 duel, but I mean, you're also pointing out the very logical conclusion, right? That you're not going to be able to get to that diffuser in time. They're just going to wait it out. And to a certain extent, it was probably pretty surprising that the defender didn't actually just do that. So a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, I guess, on that one. Going back to now another site, this one could be a little bit easier for the Fanshawe Fuel, all things considered. Ognakiak still coming out with the Blackbeard. They're not giving up on it. I don't know that it's necessarily brought them a distinct amount of value, except for the fact that he got some kills, irregardless of the operator he was playing. And I was going to, add just sort of a stinger to that. It's interesting to see kills coming in spurts, especially for defenders. You see a couple of situations now where on both sides of the ball, multiple defenders get killed. And I think that's just an issue of spacing. Like, they're really not kind of thinking about their positioning in regards to one another. They're sort of feeding themselves into these crossfires. And as a result, whoever's on the defensive side just sort of eats it alive. And it's something that I hope they kind of pick up on and begin to take in more account, especially looking ahead to the next map in the series, irregardless of who wins. Oh, There we go. Ballistic shield coming in handy. Might be time that the technical difficulties gremlin has swapped sides here, as they are.
Oh my goodness, I was muted.
There we go.
forgot. I went to blow my nose, muted my mic, left it muted. But yeah, I thought Ugnak took some damage right there. I was like, oh no, opening pick down. But the Blackbeard, you're right, it saved him from a hit to the dome piece. Stays alive, and a big first pick from them. I mean, Border, such a small map that having that first pick, oh my god, 4 of them dropped. 3 of them dropped, excuse me. They just saw this player and they're just going to isolate him. 2 players go down. A great play to take advantage of the positioning. And now a 5v2 on match point. Ugnak taking the first contact. He wants to do this. The call goes through. They're going to know that both of these players are pretty close to this. Going to try and open the wall. This Frost playing right on the wall that is getting open now as well. He's going to swing, not able to find either of the players. Kinesis down to 1 HP. Ugnak down to 1 HP. My 50 HP, but Assured Legend by himself. Ugnak closes out the round and the map. Border to the way of Fanshawe.
Well, there you go. Fanshawe Fuel pulling one out there and doing a great job. I mean, they are the 0-2 team here on paper, so they're putting one in, right? That's great. You'd love to see it as they come out on top, and a lot of it on the back of the MVP player right there, Ugnak, who honestly was a kill machine for the squad, doing a really great job of racking up those kills, irregardless of where he was and what operator he was playing.
Yeah, him and Kinesis both did some really good work right there. But, I mean, to be honest, I don't watch this league as much, even though I do cast it. I really should maybe watch it a little bit more. But a team that's 0-2, not really playing like they're a team that's 0-2, the way that they were kind of playing right there, that was a really good adjustment for them. They had that information. The Iona clone just dropped in. It's like all of a sudden, they're like, yo, let's just drop. Let's take this. They spotted the opening, and they went right after it. And that was a great play from them. And not something we really typically see a lot at this level, for them to be able to, as a team, just be like, all right, let's hit it. It's not something you see very often. And it's, I'm going to give them their props for being able to do something like that. And they may take a really important round and a really important map, put themselves up 1-0.
Yeah, perhaps a bit of an apotheosis game, a sort of coming out of their cocoon here for the side of Fanshawe Fuel Academy. We'll see if that holds. We'll be right back with our next map. I believe it's Oregon after this break.
And welcome back. We're going straight into Oregon. Border's where we just came from. A 7-5 win for Fanshawe Fuel. Going into Oregon, trying to look to close the series. Corbic, thoughts on that map one, maybe going into map two?
Yeah, I think that was a pretty good opportunity there for Fanshawe Fuel to sort of strut their stuff. The big difference, I think, between the two teams was just the individual performance of Fanshawe Fuel, right? Like they had a couple of players on their academy team who were really standing out. You know, we talked a bit about, I believe it was, who was standing out? It was Kinesis and Ugnakniak, who were both really fragging quite hard. Whereas the MKE kill distribution was a lot more even across the board. So going into this, the Fuel, they have less of a advantage here because they do have to start off on the attack. I am genuinely curious to see if they're going to rely on those two players again to sort of drive the engine forward, or if this is an opportunity maybe for someone on the MKE side to sort of step up and put their own imprint on the match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the other thing, though. If Fanshawe can really have those players with those individual performances really keep it up, it'll be hard because Oregon isn't as much like Border, where it's a lot more of a square up map. But I mean, for instance, what we saw from Fanshawe, when they get an opportunity to make an adaptation, they do just that. When they have to execute, they can do just that. So Oregon is a little bit more of that late round type of thing that, MKE didn't really have to do on Border. So, I mean, I still give the advantage to Fanshawe, but this is a new map. We haven't seen much of these guys, me personally, especially. So, I'm excited to see what they can kind of make happen on this next map. But a Blackbeard is coming out. Kind of like that. Maybe he's going to be on Big Window, Kids Window, Gen Window, any of the windows probably for a Blackbeard, or maybe hell, he might just enter.
The hardest part of this is 100% going to be the defender advantage, right? Like Oregon, that's just the map, right? It's a very defender oriented map. Even at a lower level of play, everybody knows the common attacks and what have you, and that's going to put a ton of pressure here on Fanshawe Fuel to get in some good attacking rounds, right? We add the Rook armor into the mix. I think it's a very sensible choice here for MKE. They were losing some of their gunfights. You don't want to lose those. The Rooney, everybody makes a lot of sense here on this lineup. I think this is a very fair way to start this off. The curiosity for me is going to be how MKE plays their defense, because we saw them play a couple of very aggressive rounds over on Border, and none of those were particularly effective. And you see kind of this early setup from the Assured Legend here kind of implies somebody's going to be playing over an Armory Tower. It might actually be Roundy who will take that spot. And that, in my opinion, very aggressive play right there from the MKE side. A very kind of big extension. Fortunately, it looks like it's going to come to naught here, Joe. Not a lot of people in the general vicinity of that walkout.
Yeah, not at all. But it's a real opportunity here for MKE just because, they just lost map 1. But they, at the moment, are able to have those defenses where they can get a couple of round wits, maybe feel a little bit better about themselves, kind of get in there. But a Fanshawe, I mean, it's a little interesting. That nade is going to hit, I think. Not able to connect, unfortunately. Didn't see it happening late, but another nade goes in without any information, and that's just not a good usage of utility at all for right now, and not really doing anything to take any sort of control at all. Droning in through garage, trying to open this up over here, but Thatcher isn't on the board, so these bandits are going to be big. However, there are... Oh, not able to get the kill. Oh my god, Danny not able to find the Blackbeard on the kid's window. He's still peeking, and Ugnak finds a way to end up getting the kill, and it looks like the play right here is going to be all through Attic, and Blackbeard is there. He might be able to peek this tight angle and make something happen. The nade comes through, not cooked enough though. It doesn't do enough damage, and he ends up crossing as well. 2 players in pit right now as well. Tiggs hits the deck. Kinesis goes down as well. But Tiggs will get picked up here. Roundy still very weak. But so many players, look at it. Look on your right side of the screen. So many players, so weak, Corbett.
Yeah, and good kind of plays here from the defense. Really good follow-up by Hazer right there to kind of play off Roundy getting wounded as they come across. I mean, this is a good check down here from Dallard. He knows where his opponent is. He just doesn't know exactly how to address it. And you're right, Joe. These health differentials are going to be the critical piece to this puzzle, right? Because they're so extreme that Sharkbait, I mean, he barely has to do anything, right? He just kind of breathes aggressively. Hazer, it's the same principle. And now you're down to a 4v2. Not a lot of tools left in the tank. That's a very good frag grenade, but you don't have the gun skill to kind of win that individual fight. Leaves everything on the back of Ognakniak, who obviously, he's a fragger. We know this from experience, but with a sliver of health left and the kind of inability to really enter here without being hit from multiple angles, I think we could probably put the curtains on this round. Still, we'll watch it out. We'll see what Ognakniak can do. He'll step up to the window, just continues to play off, and he's really hoping that the defender will be baited into an extended gunfight. Here he comes jumping across, and there's Roundy waiting for a little bit of overdue revenge, and MKE Esports will pick up their first defensive round.
They have indeed. I mean, Fanshawe didn't really look like they had a plan right there. Looked like they were setting up to go for a big window, which really would have worked if they decided to actually stick it out, but they weren't able to do that. So, I mean, they just need to find a way to get a plan. I mean, we talked about this on Border. It just doesn't look like they're really committing to something, and that's all they need to do. They could square up right into the other team's hold. They just have to commit to doing it, and that's just not something they're doing at the moment.
Indeed. Yeah, it's I mean, I think one of the big issues they had with that attack right there is it did feel very one-dimensional, and I think you mentioned at some point in your discussion that it was a very sort of there wasn't a lot of map control by the attackers, despite the fact that it felt like MKE gave them a fair amount of space. Fanshawe Fuel Academy did not immediately leap to fill that space up. They got very hung up on pushing in through the attic. An attic attack is perfectly fine, right? Like, I'm not going to say an attic attack is particularly bad. It's just that it's probably not the best main attack route because you do really get funneled. I mean, I liked what they had as a strategic principle, but they just, they weren't able to enact on it. Looking ahead to the defense that's being set up here by MKE, it's pretty standard stuff. It looks like we're going to see an extension out there into the elbow. At least that was sort of what was hinted at. And sure enough, Danny Destructo will take over on the smoke in that spot. He's got a lot of protection in here as well. Given Fanshawe Fuel's relatively one-dimensional push, Joe, I mean, that's going to be the matter at hand. Are they going to go for something similar? And considering they all spawned Junkyard and are pushing together from that direction, well, it kind of implies the same. Sharkbait maybe going to be the first point of contact, but I think they're just going to flow around him.
Oh, man. They're doing a 5-person attic take. Like, what is that? Oh, boy. However, oh, no, one player is going to be over here, and they are going to be aware of Sharkbait. Oh, my Lord. Kinesis ends up getting the pick, and that one kill right there is going to open up so much of the map, and I thought they were going to go for something similar, but they're not going to do that. They have so much control over here now. So clearing out the map, it's going to be a lot easier. That was the one roamer that was upstairs. All 4 players are going to be downstairs. The only issue at the moment is that they don't have the information that it's all clear. But, I mean, Ugnak working his way down the main stairs, seeing if he can find any information. Going to drone for himself. Going to try work for a pick. But that's all the information he needed. Roundy. Oh, my God. Roundy smokes Kinesis. That not going down, not a great pick to give away either. And Mai and Ugnak are both over here, and nobody's on T1 for a backside take. It's an interesting one right here.
And the mute jammer kind of foiling, I think, a lot of their attempts to get intel in. I mean, they're trying to come at this through blue. They've actually managed to, open up some holes, but in actuality, I feel like it's almost made things worse here for them. Nice little bit of a reverse shield play there, by the way, by Roundy. You see it sometimes. It's always funny. Coming across now, that was... I'm sorry. That was Danny Destructo with reverse shield. Roundy's playing the other SAS boy on the map, which is the mute. Danny Destructo, though, with the SMG-11, he'll pick up 1 kill, and then Roundy nearly gets the other one, sets his SAS teammate up for a perfect tag team bit of destruction right there. Mai's just going to do the Ash thing and walk straight on the site, but it's Danny Destructo there waiting to finish it off. So another attack just gets eaten up here on Oregon by this MKE defense.
I'm so confused. I'm not entirely sure what their plan was. I'm not even really quite sure they had a plan right there. But, I mean, end of the day, down 2-0, and MKE really are starting to put everything together.
If I was going to speculate on what the plan was, I think there was a plan. I won't deny it. I think it was to push a kind of 2-pronged assault right there, and I think just one of the prongs kind of fell down. And that's something you sometimes see happen. The problem was Fanshawe Fuel Academy did not really have a good solution for the elbow. They just got way too hung up on it, right? And they went a little bit early, I think, too, with their ace charges in the sense that they actually made that situation, as I kind of mentioned, much more difficult for themselves because they opened up their own crossfires, right? Like, they opened up ways for themselves to die. So just a little bit of a strategic misstep in how to handle that particular setup. And, good learning opportunity, see what they can do with it in the future. Moving on to the tertiary bond site now for MKE Esports, and this is an opportunity now for Fanshawe Fuel to put a W you up. If you're going to get one, it's going to be on one of the tertiaries. And the defensive lineup here, it's kind of an interesting setup, honestly. Sharkbait coming out here on the Tachanka. You've got Assured Legend sort of holding up that anchor spot. A very mixed bag of operators and 2 shields as well, all in this kind of fight. I'm very curious what they see what they do with Tachanka, because he is an interesting operator in a lot of ways. Smoke always feels like a better choice to me, but certainly you can make that Shamika do some pretty crazy things if you know what you're about.
Yeah, of course. I mean, especially if you know the angles and stuff. We all kind of know that for Tachanka. His flame is really, really powerful. It's kind of his gun that is a little bit weaker on the weaker side of his kit, but his fire can be really powerful if used correctly. And they are looking like they're going to try and take upstairs. Not a lot of pressure going on throughout everything else, but as long as this clone finds out that this player's downed on top white, that's going to be huge information for them. They know that the Tachanka's up here as well. The Ash getting in, not able to hit the shots. Maya got a little bit scary right there, but he finds a way to end up getting the kill. And a 5v3 now early on in the round. Kinesis finds another one, and a lot of action going on within this first minute.
Just absolutely barnstormed that second tier, and I don't think MKE Esports were remotely prepared for that outcome. Good attempt to use the Pokeballs there to secure a kill. He won't catch them all, though. Instead, he catches a face full of lead from Delared up on the top level. Assured Legend now trying to fight it out. Does drop one. Can't drop another, though, so he's got the one for Pride. It's not a clean sweep here for Fanshawe Fuel, but they, in turn, as much as their attacks have been eaten up, they'll turn around and do the exact same thing, nom nom nom, on the MKE tertiary defense.
Yeah, and I mean, they kind of picked it apart, and that's kind of what we've really wanted to see from them. Square up, take these fights, go direct. I like it. I mean, it was a little bit interesting the way that they did take it, but I mean, sending 4 people through big window, but hey, if it works, it works.
If it works, it works. And is that not so often the case? Yeah, if it, it's the same bucket. If it isn't broke, don't fix it. Yada, yada, yada. Back up to second floor kids' dorms we go. MKE looked remarkably comfortable here. It'll be on Fanshawe Fuel. The onus is entirely on them to adapt to what they saw MKE run last time. It's basically the same defensive lineup, right, that we saw from them. I think did they have a smoke on the last go round? No, I think this is actually pretty much exactly what they ran. That means that we should be able to see MK or Fanshawe Fuel bring something in their toolkit to handle this. And you can see they are making some pretty significant changes here. For example, last time they had Thermite as a hard breacher. If I had to guess, they might, well, Tiggs is droning it out. I was going to say they might just kind of forsake the idea of going through Big Tower, but we'll see if that holds true. The fact that they're droning it out early on makes me think that somebody's got to go through there, but they don't really have a secondary hard breacher to do that. So we'll see if they kind of maybe shift their focus over to Master Bedroom instead.
Yeah, and I mean, I just want to see them take it a little bit differently this time, but Ugnak has damage on his shield. I believe that is.
Yep, that is correct. Maybe it was an early peak, I would imagine. That's the only thing I could think.
I mean, it had to have been, which is, it's fine. I mean, that just means that Blackbeard saved him again. Just continuously is doing it, and they're committing so hard to Attic, and I feel like people are forgetting you don't even need to push Attic anymore for this kind of a take, but they're doing just that. And hey, I mean, if it's going to work for them, it's going to work for them. But Sharkbait does go down from Mai on T1. Sharkbait trying to do a little bit to counter the push over here, but it's not something they needed to do in the first place. They had it under control the last time they pushed here, so now they're going to end up having to do something about this, but Ugnak going to try and get back into T2, and this Attic push needs to work a little bit faster. A minute 40 left in the round.
They kind of fell back into the same bear trap, right? Like we did talk pretty extensively about how this attic push is not great. There's no external pressure. They literally have to filter in through this one hallway, maybe get a little pressure off the window there. That's about it, right? Like this is not an ideal position for the members of Fanshawe Fuel to be in. That said, Ugnakniaki's making it work just on pure gun skill alone. Does a good little peek and swing right there to shut down one of the defenders, keep the dream alive. Meanwhile, they've got him guessing on the backside. The funny thing is, the entire Fanshawe Fuel attack is filtering through attic, and some of the members of MKE Esports are still out searching to see if somebody's sneaking in. I think they hear or think Kinesis is somewhere that he's not. Kinesis does try and go for a floor grenade right there. Good little effort to push Roundy out of position, but it will not be successful. 40-something seconds left on the clock here as the MKE Esports push begins to manifest.
Yeah, but a kill ends up going in, so they kind of make it a little bit easier for them. A 3v4, and Roundy still in the same spot, a spot that really he did such good work with a round before, but Kinesis is on a very powerful position on White Stairs, but they don't know that this player's over here. Not able to find the kill until Lord Mai ends up getting the kill, but has Hazer, on his own, going to get, not able to find the kill. Kinesis able to finish out the round, and Fanshawe, their guns are starting to heat up again, tie the game at 2-2 on Oregon attacks.
Interesting setup right there, because I feel like there was a little bit of betrayal for the last defender, right? Because they couldn't see through the body, basically, which is I think why they didn't immediately clean up a kill right there. But hey, good again effort by Fanshawe Fuel, turning back on that defensive half and setting themselves up here for, you know, one of the kind of the basic baseline condition of an attack on Oregon, which is you get the 4 and 2 at least, you know, so you have 2 rounds in the bank. They might actually be able to bring this up and win another round here, because just looking across the setup, I don't know that MK Esports is going to be able to. Well, you know what? I was going to say I'm not sure if they're able to repeat the trick that they did last time, but honestly, again, it's really the onus is again on Fanshawe Fuel to adapt. They sort of got away with that last round in the sense, Joe, they didn't actually really adapt all that much. Everything kind of went the same way. They just got a little bit better with the kills, and that's something they probably want to discuss for sort of long-term performance. But for now, hey, like you said the other round, if it works, it works.
If the guns are hot, the guns are hot. I mean, it's kind of like a here and now type thing. I don't think they're worried about the long term. They're more worried about winning this game. And like we talked about, anything to get Kinesis and Ugnak really into the game. And now Mai, who's starting to heat up himself, which is something that we didn't really see on Border too often. Happened a couple of rounds, but not very consistently. So having that gun to get on fire is a little bit better. Mai now here as well to aid in this push for elbow, which is actually kind of good. It has a little bit of burn, so they can actually get rid of that shield on elbow. Excuse me, a yawn coming in. I've been doing this for 4.5 hours. That's crazy. But Meat Jammer locking in everything over there. The wall getting opened a little bit, and they should try and burn this shield if possible. The sooner, the better. But I'm wondering where the other 2 players are on Fanshawe, where they're pushing right now, because this elbow push, it's looking great, but it's stalled out. I want to see where the other people are working on this map.
It's a similar situation to last time, honestly, where they tried to push the elbow and it did stall out. They lost. And again, this is, you know, something that I've said previously. They haven't really actually adapted much here, and I think they're getting punished for that, right? Like, they did not bring the tools that they needed to clear that elbow position, and now they're sort of getting, you know, slowly but surely ripped apart. Sharkbait there finds Kinesis, who's just sort of wandering around trying to make something happen. Now Ugnakniak is stepping up into a similar position here. Got to win at least one kind of out-and-out gunfight. Might actually get the heads up there on the gun barrel, but doesn't. And I hope that they don't get lured into a false sense of security right there and sort of double back. Fanshawe Fuel Academy dropping the diffuser here as they prepare to make their way in. Danny Destructo still well and truly kind of stuck, and slowly now they're actually beginning to kind of make a move, but this is all going at a glacial pace here, Joe, and it's not going to do them any favors. Sharkbait just waiting for Delore. It absolutely takes him down. Danny Destructo jumps on now, finds one onto May. And here comes iTigs with the pistol out. Can't quite win that gunfight. Gonna get rushed down. And the basement just continues to be a bugbear here for the Fanshawe Fuel Academy.
I mean, that's just because the take is kind of not fantastic. Sending 3 people, blue is kind of I was about to say something very disrespectful. I won't say it, but it's definitely an older thing. It's not how you clear blue. You need control T1. You need to open that E-box hatch. You need to do something. You need to get some more control. And, sending lurkers around the rest of the map to try and make up for that is not going to work. So they need to do something in the future. If they end up watching back this VOD, get someone T1. Make sure you guys have tower control. Make sure you get meeting control. Open that E-box hatch. Play to control pillar, because elbow is not that important. You can win a round of Oregon basement without ever taking elbow, as long as you have someone outside of blue making sure they don't push into blue.
Yeah, that's really the mix-up right there, right? Like, it just wasn't a particularly good taking strategy. But again, learn, adapt. You'll take another bite at the apple. Another time, we probably won't see them attacking that bomb site again here, theoretically. So they won't have to worry about it, I guess, unless we go to overtime. But for now, put it in the back pocket and look ahead to a different attack. Assured Legend, by the way, that's a wild position there for the Solus. Way out in left field. Kind of lucky they didn't get droned. They could actually collect a couple of drones if they played that smart enough. We'll see if they actually do so. And unfortunately, they do not. Not going to get a good run out from that spot. And they actually run all the way back down to basement. And well, as a roamer, I don't know that they're contributing all too much on the Solus right now, but it depends kind of on Fanshawe Fuel. We've seen misdroning here before tonight, so if they fail to pick that up, then maybe we could see a big play coming out of Assured Legend. Sharkbait, they've had a couple of good early kills here from these roam positions, sort of giving themselves up. I love this kind of aggressive step up into the garage after whacking that drone, just seeing if they can catch somebody looking. It's not to be, so they'll kind of pace it out a different direction. And now we begin to see Fanshawe Fuel setting up for I would argue, a more traditional and perhaps straightforward attack here onto this bomb site.
Yeah, and they're starting to notice as well that aggression is working for them. But Fanshawe, they did win this site last time, and Sharkbait does get that opening kill playing aggressively. I believe that's outside of... Oh, that's outside Classroom that kill is. And that's their hard breach. They're going to have to switch this to a big window take. They are not going to be able to push through games anymore. That wall won't get open. They have to switch this, get small tower control, stuff like that, but it doesn't look like they're doing that at all. And I'm going to shut my mouth.
Diggs just walking in right here, trying to make something happen, but it's Kinesis who actually picks up the kill. Kinesis now trying to push his way up the dorm stairs, get into the mix here as well. Engages in a brief firefight there with Danny Destructo, neither of them emerging on top. Kinesis shoving his way towards the top of the stairs again, just wants to break through, but Danny Destructo swinging focus back the other direction, picks up Ugnakniak, and now everything on the back of Kinesis here. Kinesis mounting up, shifting his position, a 4v1 for the Flores to win. Probably unlikely, Joe, if we're being generous. Probably unlikely. He does get one, though. Danny Destructo absolutely melted with a couple of headshots right there. And, well, okay, Kinesis, what can you do? Show us your gun skill, bro.
Yeah, he's got 3 flashes to work with as well, but that player in back kids is going to be really hard to do anything about. Solus ends up working in, and now this is just a crazy crossfire that's just not going to be easy. Oh my god, Kinesis ends up making the play, and that's an opening that might actually be able to work out for him heavily. There is nobody on that blue side, or excuse me, on that white stair side, and Kinesis walking forward. He finds one, he downs one, but that Rook armor is going to let him get up if he wants. The plant's going down as well. Bandit does end up picking himself back up, but Kinesis will get the bomb down. He now needs to know. Oh, Kinesis, he finds one. It's now a 1v1. He's watching the kid's doorway. The person, or excuse me, the bandit of Hazer is going to walk through that attic rotate. Kinesis has the right idea. He knows, and he clutches it. Kinesis with an ace on the round, a 1v4, finds a way to clutch out the round and tie up the game.
Huge play from Kinesis right there. Couldn't ask for anything better. An ace clutch in a 4v1? Are you kidding me? Fanshawe Fuel has to be over the moon right now. And MKE Esports, I mean, ouch. That's not how you want to go into your attacking half here on Oregon. That's a mental blow that they're going to have to recover from here in this situation. They're going to have to build back up and kind of work their way back to a sort of level of competency. I mean, you hate those situations because there's always somebody who's like, hey, I'm gonna try and jump out on him, and you're like, you jump out and it doesn't work, and then suddenly you're in a 3v1, and before you know it, another guy gets, and it just all sort of spirals out of control. But anyway, Fanshawe Fuel, great momentum booster at the half change. Let's say what they do on the defense, because this is a hell of a defensive lineup they are showing us here. Legion Aruni, a Thorn as well, and then a Kaid and a Rook. Implies to me a very dispersed, aggressive play style. You got your trap operators in there, but I'll be genuinely... Oh, that's, again, a very aggressive defensive prep. You're leaving big holes in the soft wall coming out of attic. This is a bomb site setup I'm not familiar with, Joe. I must be honest.
I will say those trophy holes have become a very common thing. You see that setup is more often than reinforcing both of those walls. However, at the same time, that shield, respectfully, I know, once again, if you guys do watch this VOD back, hi, congratulations if you win, I'm sorry if you lost, but that shield is terrible because you can't play it if someone is top main because of the holes. So
Indeed.
I would move that shield a little bit next time, but that's okay. You know, losing is learning, or winning is learning. I mean, learning is learning. So, yeah, but those holes are meant to be there for the most part. It's mostly so that you can hold trophies, so you can have somebody attic watching the top main, while also having somebody inside of trophy with a shield is normally the way you put that. But I mean, you know, is what it is. Not really what they're doing at the moment. And are they going to Cade trick it? But he doesn't have one. He has no. What did he do with his second one? They're both there.
Yeah, well, he's working on it. He's working on it. Probably needed another one over here where Assured Legend is making a breach, but it's okay. Ugnagniak picking up the first kill. That'll make up for some of that. Absolutely waste roundy 2, the buck. So there will be no more softed destruction coming out there from the Skeleton Key. Do not like that ankle, by the way. That's a little scary. Good shift though. Let's not play around with that there, Delerd. We don't want anybody getting pegged to the back of the head from their own team. Hazer is down here as well.
No way.
Two of the attackers have been eaten up. Meanwhile, Legion just going to walk this one out for free. Kinesis begins his slow approach. There they go. Too little too late, though, from Danny Destructo. I think he didn't entirely realize exactly what had happened, and now Assured Legend is pinned in place, petrified, like someone who's seen a Gorgon, and he'll have to double back now and try and get past the holes his own team has created here to res Hazer, who is quickly bleeding out. Good angle from Sharkbait, actually, though. I like that a lot, and he'll pick Delerd up right there and turn this back to a 3v3.
Yeah, and I mean, they had information on the guy, and Kinesis slowly working up again. Excuse me, Ugnak, and the water. He was just
oh no, he's come up the stairs again.
He just didn't look. Never looked, and now Sharkbait is by himself. Doesn't even know. Ooh, a little bit of a flick right there. Not able to find the kill there. Mai does end up closing it out. A little bit of shaky shots right there, but overall pretty decent first defense for them.
Yeah, it is decent. I must imagine that was just a classic. They'll never do it again. They've already done it once. It really goes to show you why flank denial is a thing, right? You get a nomad or something, and you throw out an air jab, stop people from making those kind of roll arounds and just getting easy kills on you. But good opening there from the Fanshawe Fuel. MKE Esports, I mean, you know, MKE, they've got the goods, right? Like, they definitely can keep this at a level set. They did good to recover from a very bad setup right there. It's just that they got caught by the same trick twice. I doubt that's going to happen again, but we are going down to the basement. And once more, this very interesting operator lineup. They're not going to be playing the elbow here. They're completely forsaking that. Nobody cares. Also, by the way, Roundy switching over to the Nomad, so there you go. Lesson learned and imprinted.
Yeah, and I think it's a little interesting that they don't have a Jaeger or a Lamai for that shield elbow if that's where they choose to. Wow.
10 seconds left before insertion.
That one is interesting.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Please illuminate.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Oh. I don't know. I don't know if we lost Joe. It's okay.
No, it's okay.
He's just astonished.
No, don't worry.
You're just astonished.
I'm here. I'm here. I am still present. Don't worry.
you've exploded. It's
still here.
Too weird. It's just too weird. And I agree.
Still here.
It is a very strange sort of setup right there. My now kind of stepping out wide, Legion here waiting on the opposite edge, and okay, well there's the Gemini right there. Not to mention a bit of a failed reflex test, but that's neither here nor there. Kinesis, they now know where Kinesis is, and that makes this a very uncomfortable position for the Legion to be in as Roundy picks up the kill onto Mai. So there's the Aruni down, and slowly it feels as if the net is tightening on Fanshawe Fuel. One of their defenders is going to be cut off almost entirely here, I think, as they begin to work their way here on the wall into basement. Those Ace Selmas are going to blow that hole wide open. They've got the time, too, to work with this. A very early breach. I mean, if you don't defend elbow... Oh, I think those Selmas didn't go off completely, though, before it reactivated. So they might not actually have a way in right there, which would certainly be unfortunate
Kinesis on the
considering
flank.
how fast MKE is doing
I don't think
this.
they have a cam. I don't think they have a cam for Kinesis on the flank. He's going to end up coming through T1. He's right there on the green double door. They have no information right here. He's going to blow this round wide open. There's nothing there. Tiggs ends up going down. Kinesis, please, bro. Make the play! Push! Push! Please! You're letting your teammates die! And Lion ends up taking a lot of damage as well. Kinesis not able to get the kill, but the Lord ends up getting a kill. Now Kinesis is just stuck by himself on the T1 stairs. You gotta think what would have happened if he actually pushed right there. He has no impacts to work with. A Nomad goes down as well. He's gonna have to rotate out and just baiting his team and just sitting there, not making the play. Costed 2 lives to drop. That is not something you like to see.
No, it was an unfortunate moment of hesitation from Kinesis, who admittedly has been playing very well all evening. He'll go ahead and add one more to the kill count, but 22 seconds left with the diffuser. He's got to get through 2 defenders and his own team's barricades. I would say that this one's probably over here. Maybe he can make some sort of miracle double shot. He'll get one. He goes for the twist. He pulls out the pistol. He's going to go for it right down the gut. Catches him with the the frag grenade is what spoils it. That was so well done right there by Kinesis, but just not enough time, and it literally was the couple of seconds of detonation for that misthrown frag grenade that made all the difference right there. That's just unfortunate.
Yeah, but so close to making that happen. So close. But once again, moments of hesitation really just are the whole reason that, you know, they didn't win that round, but able to get the kills in the end, and that's got to feel good.
Wild situation right there. That was very much Kinesis to win on multiple occasions and nearly redeemed himself for the hesitation on the staircase, but it was not to be, so the score remains tied here at round 9. Fanshawe Fuel will be back at it again down here in the basement. Now changes coming to the lineup. Knockniok switching over to the alibi here. Smoke is in the picture here if they want to go ahead and play this elbow position, and I think that's exactly what they're thinking. They have Tiggs as well. Get the ADSs up. The big vulnerability, though, and I must say this is the difference between how they're playing this and how MKE so successfully played this, is there's no mute. So theoretically, Sharkbait on Flores should just kind of be able to open that elbow wide up. But we'll see. Maybe the delay will be enough. I don't know. It is one, I think, kind of wrinkle here in this defensive setup. And MKE is smart enough to clue into it and try and take advantage of it. And sure enough, there's Sharkbait already moving into position to try and get those Roteros in and shut this down early on.
As long as Mai can spot this out, it'd be good. And I don't think he just spotted it. Oh, it was Ugnak that ended up spotting it with the bailiff. I don't know what he was running in there for, but he ends up shooting the Flores drone, and the Flores drone going to go out as well. I believe that one gets shot as well. No real contingency plan. They're just going to keep trying to get it, and it's just not going to work. So you saw the drone there, brother. These guys need to look a little bit more. But another Flores drone coming in. I'm not sure the smoke is necessarily peeking it. He's not going to. That shield goes down. Come on, man. You have it smoked off. Elbow shield down, and a lot of control now for MKE. But they're having the same exact problems that Fanshawe had. Nobody is T1. And Kinesis, once again, on a little bit of a lurk at the moment, watching for Freezer. But no, stay there. Stop, stay there. That's okay. Mai holding down elbow with a shotgun. Still a powerful position for him to be at, but with nades on the board, with flashes on the board, that could get really ugly for him.
It could indeed get ugly. I think that's the kind of worst case scenario here. NECC is going to go ahead and just reinforce one of these, or barricade one of these doors, I guess I should say. Try and just slow down MKE's entry. They'll slow roll this. That's a tight hold right there, and you're playing a big sort of gambling game. This is not good.
What on earth? Not
good at all. MKE Esports farming kills here as the Fanshawe Fuel Academy try to sort of filter in and plug the wound that was left by the fact that they wouldn't give the elbow up. And it's a gift delivered unto their opponents here in a tie situation. Kinesis trying to save the day because Anakniak is down. Kinesis can operate in these situations. Kinesis finds another kill. It's a quad for Kinesis, and now the 1v1 begins in earnest.
Yeah, and 40 seconds left. I mean, Kinesis still has impacts to work with as well. Sharkbait, however, has 3 flashes, and now they're aware of each other's position. More flashes go out from Sharkbait. That's his last one to work with, though. Sharkbait doesn't have Case. He's going to try and play for the kill. 25 seconds left. He's actually going to back up and play for that. Case can start to put bomb down if he'd like, but Kinesis, they do damage to each other. Kinesis is down to 1 HP, 15 seconds. Not sure he's going to hear the bomb going down. Takes shots. Impact goes out, does damage, puts him down to 1 HP. Both of them, 1 bullet. That's all that's going to go down. Kinesis with the ace. He finds a way to get all the kills again. He's on an absolute eater at the moment. 18 and 4 after 9 rounds, keeping Fanshawe into this map too.
Kinesis saving the day. Just good play. I mean, I'll give credit to MKE right there. They played that out. They took advantage of the situation as it was delivered unto them. And Sharkbait, didn't play that 1v1 particularly bad. Nearly got the kill. Unfortunately, had to make a decision, as attackers so often do, between planting or kind of continuing the fight. Went with the plants. Got hit by those impacts, and Kinesis just a better player in the 1v1 and kind of keeping Fanshawe Fuel alive, making up, I would say, honestly say making up for a bad series of mistakes, right? That's the kind of harsh truth if we want to talk that way. They really should not have won that. The fact that they did not handle the elbow extension collapse better, I think, was the kind of defining bit of suffering in the round there for the Academy. So that's a good opportunity for them to learn. MKE Esports, they got another kind of body blow here, right, to their confidence. This has to be frustrating. And they kind of have to work around that. They did well so far. I mean, they're keeping it relatively even. It's just how long does your kind of mental fortitude extend in this situation as it gets deeper and deeper into these rounds, and Fanshawe Fuel Academy is just snatching things from the jaws of defeat.
Yeah, and I mean, like we said, I mean, it's helping when you have a player like that who's shooting like this, but they have to do a better job at not putting Kinesis in these positions. He's doing pretty well in the lurk, obviously, but these players on site not doing a great job. I mean, they sent 3 people to try and get that wall reinforced. To me, the way that you do it, and it's the way that we used to do it back in the day, and I mean, you still do it now, you reinforce the wall off the second the shield goes down, and you either leave your smoke in there, or you leave him, you know, you let him rotate back, but the wall has to get reinforced. You cannot let it really just sit there. So, but a big round win from Kinesis. They're going to go back up to Kids, a round that they had won previously already. So, good position for them to be in at the moment, but the Cade is going to get shot off of the wall. But he just didn't shoot it, did he? He never shot it.
No, I don't think he hit it.
And
It's hard to say.
They threw an ace on the wall already as well. 2 of them on the wall already, and they're both destroyed. They finally shoot the Cade, but there's only 1 ace charge remaining. Oh, sorry, thermite. Oh, they have both. Interesting.
Well, they will get the exothermic off. It just takes them a little while.
Interesting. Wait, the
Yeah,
ace is on the other side. I'm not okay. I'm not okay. It sounded like something got burned. You heard that, right?
Yeah. I think it was the double heart breach. I mean, it worked out. Probably not the way that they thought it was going to, but it worked out. A bit of a rough start here, though. Sharkbait gets knocked prone, and then Delaird is down. So a trade back and forth. Big old hole opened up in the wall. They'll actually bust that shield up there in Attic as well, so they can kind of begin to push their way forward. A couple of air jabs thrown out here. Hazer stepping up. They could theoretically, I think, start to work their way in for a plan. I'm not sure how Fanshawe Fuel Academy is going to be able to counteract this. Danny Destructo picking up a kill here as well. The 3 remaining members of Fanshawe Fuel Academy sort of circling here, but they're not making it work. Roundy gets 1. Tiggs just blind firing into the corner, but Danny Destructo unmarked here comes rolling up the stairs, and a flawless round for MKE now. After they just got ace clutch, they come back and execute flawlessly on the top floor site.
I mean, Fanshawe is doing a little bit of trolling at the moment. That setup was absolutely atrocious. They didn't even have the white rotate. I'm not really sure what the plan was right there, but they're going to have to go back to Kids, and they're going to have to find a way to win this. If I'm them, I'm taking a timeout right now, and I'm talking everything over, being like, all right, what the hell's going on site? Because right now they are getting swamped on site. And without Kinesis, they're losing all of these rounds because they're just on site and not able to make anything work. But Kinesis has actually switched onto the smoke, which I really like. They know that that push elbow is going to happen, so they want Kinesis to be the one that squares up. Or sorry, I'm thinking, what's it called? I'm thinking they're downstairs. Silly me. Mind spaced out right there. But Kinesis, anyways, is going to be playing on site, which is a little bit better for them because it allows him to actually be on site so they don't get overran on site, so he's not trying to get there late. So I like the little adjustment right there. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but I like that adjustment.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good adjustment. I mean, it was a good read, I think, just in general by MKE to sort of recover from the ugly early attempted entry and then just do what they needed to do to take advantage of what Fanshawe Fuel kind of offered them. Now we go back to this site yet again, and you do have to wonder now, if you're on the side of Fanshawe Fuel, things got picked apart right there. How do you take steps to kind of prevent that from happening? I like NECC here on the Solus. They haven't gotten a ton of value off of it, but I remain convinced, very strong operator, a lot of value could be provided. My main concern, I think, has been what it kind of consistently has been for Fanshawe Fuel Academy, and you pointed out in this last round, which is the players on site tend to get a little bit sort of caught up or caught out. Kinesis being there on the smoke, I think, does a lot to reinforce it, but it's them who I worry about, and I'll extend that worry to NECC, who's kind of just off in Narnia right now, as is Mai, and neither of the roamers here on the side of Fanshawe Fuel Academy really providing, I would say, any sort of significant benefit to their team in this situation.
Yeah, no, I can agree with that as well, but a smoke going in already as well. Kinesis using that first smoke, and not sure about that. I wish he didn't use that, but I mean, hey, that's okay. And Mai does get the first pick, something that we haven't had from Fanshawe for a while. And Kinesis hits a nice little shot as well. A 5v3 looking to put themselves onto match point. But, however, Sharkbait ends up finding a kill as well. Kinesis goes down. Hazer finds another one, and now we have a 3v3 to work with. 2 players from MKE are over on this attic side, and Hazer kind of tweaking over here, shooting at a ghost. Doesn't know that this player of Mai has already dipped the scene, but the attic hatch is not open. These players, they're going to start working for this right now, and Tiggs kind of left alone on site, the one who's really been struggling. Him and Delord, who have both been struggling, kind of just sitting there in the middle of the open. They're going to have to try and make this happen, but Delord finds one right there. The Cade doesn't go off, but there is a player on the flank. Mai making it happen. He ends up getting the kill to save Delord's life. Tiggs hits the deck. Hazer pushing through. He knows where these 2 players are, and he doesn't have the case. A shield right here for Mai. Knows where this player is. He can peek off it whenever, not able to hit the shots. But Delord does end up getting the kill to win out the round. 6-5 for Fanshawe right now. Match point, series point for them.
Yeah, it's been a heck of a match for Fanshawe Fuel. I mean, honestly, coming in the 0-2 team, I did not expect them to put up this good of a performance. And it's not as if MKE Esports hasn't been given as good as they've got, but Fanshawe just making the right reads here. There's a little slapdash perhaps on that defense, but they made some adjustments that I think made that a lot more effective that time around. We'll see kind of whether or not MKE can push this back to overtime territory. I definitely don't feel comfortable ruling that out entirely, I guess is the best way to put it, because I think there's potential for that. The problem is you're going down
Attackers need to locate and
to
defuse bombs.
basement. You're not running the elbow this time, so you're taking that particular issue out of the equation, but how are you going to sort of compensate for not having that extension to waste time, right? Is it going to be Ignakniak here on the Tachanka? Is he going to be the one who sort of locks down enemy advance? There's not an operator in this where I'm looking at him and I'm like, oh, okay, that's the sort of suitable counterpoint to not running the elbow.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with that, but I mean, you have Kinesis back on that Legion, done so much damage on it, and I mean, they do have the Tachanka now, something that they didn't really have before, and a little interesting that they're deciding not to hold elbow, but same time, I mean, not a crazy statement, and they are investing a little bit on the roam, which once again, a little bit interesting because it's not something they've been doing before, but Kinesis, he's about to square up against 4 players over here. Not sure he knows quite how many players there are over here. Going to shoot a couple of drones, fall back a little bit, play a little bit safer of an angle. The Dokubi call goes out, and that's a Habana trying to take the first fight right here. Kinesis putting himself into showers, ends up running a little bit, falling back, but player who was on his right, not there again. Kinesis just doing whatever to try and square up, but Danny Destructo finds the kill, and Kinesis trying to make it work a little bit too much and ends up getting taken down for that first pick. And that is a terrible pick for them to give up.
Yeah, they really needed Kinesis to make something happen right there on that roam. That was a huge risk-reward play, putting him that far out. And well, I mean, you see what happened, right? The risk, no reward. Now you're in a situation here where your Fanshawe Fuel, your top fragger is off the board. Your position is quite compromised. I mean, they've given up so much space here. They don't really have an obvious flanking route that can come into play just yet. Can you win a round by just kind of battening down the hatches? Mai obviously trying to set up that flank, but I feel like, you know, he's just been droned out. He's got no choice but to almost fall back here. That said, Tiggs picking up an early kill. It's exactly what they needed to sort of steady the ship a little bit here and give themselves a better fighting chance.
100% agree. And I mean, you look at the players from MKE right now, just across the entirety of the map, not really making a move yet, really. But oh my God, those barricades. I'm not a big fan of that. And Tiggs ends up going down. He loses the fight. And another one from Roundy to get them going into the site. And Delord's going to have to try and go huge right here and not necessarily able to do that. Ugnak also here, not in a terrible spot himself, but these players are going to work down his main. He's going to have to make this play. They know that he's right there. He gets one. He finds the second. He does just that. He makes the play. They know, I'm pretty sure that both players are main side. The case is on on freezer as well, but all these barricades that are over here, they have to go through the hallway. Ugnak not able to find the kill, but as we know, it's Rook armor. He can find himself up right here. Delord finds one, although Roundy did end up confirming the kill. Bottom main, Assured Legend in a 1v1 to save their series right here. Delord not quite sure where this player is, and Ace is going to try and work through, but Delord clutches it out as well. Fanshawe Fuel with the upset. They make it finally work. Ugnak, a huge play to end up closing it out. A big 2v4 for them. And they come out with a big series win, Cormac.
Wow. What a finish right there,
Wow.
too. A very tense and tight 1v1. I mean, to wrap it up, good bit of play by, honestly, both those players. At the end, though, it's Delord who just emerges on top. Those guys playing so well on the Fanshawe Fuel Academy. Their opponents not really giving them a lot of space to work with. That was very close. We were so close to seeing that go into overtime. But at the end of the day, you got to give it to Fanshawe Fuel Academy. This is a great game for them, a confidence booster for the rest of their season. They've had a rough start. You can pin this one in your hat and kind of say, look, we're really capable of playing against strong opponents. We demonstrated it here tonight. Just keep that momentum moving forward in the future weeks of the season.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, they have certain players that can really make an impact, as we've seen, like Kinesis. I mean, all those players at one point really had guns. They made a play where, like, it was like, all right, I'm a shooter. You know, like those kind of confidence plays where they can kind of, ego chow, take those full confidence swings. And, that kind of thing is a really big positive for them to take away from this. And if they really want to play into that, if they want to play into their gun skill, which they also clearly have, they're winning a lot of those 1v1s. That's one of those things where, that's where they need to start playing around, and maybe they can kind of get the ball rolling. And this is kind of their, enlightening moment where their eyes have been opened. They're like, all right, we can compete. We have the gun skill. Let's play off of that.
That's exactly it. Hopefully it does act as a kind of apotheosis for them, right? An emerging moment. We'll see. But, can't say too much bad stuff on the other side either. MKE Sports played very well. Both of these teams providing us with a very enjoyable match here to close out the day. But unfortunately, that does do it. Thank you so much to all of you for joining us here. Thank you, Joe, for being alongside the casting booth. And, of course, our production staff for keeping it all running, our tournament organizers as well. And finally, from all of us here at the NECC, thank you again for watching and have a wonderful evening.